Hello there, boys and girls that have joined the stream already. We're just sorting out. We're trying to set up like 4 lobbies at once, so we're sorting out all the players, and then there's going to be 4 games going. So we're going to have, I'll be able to show you the matchups because we're doing the Swiss format for 8 players. So it's going to be 3 rounds, and average best 3s. All the players are going to play. But yeah. I'm just gonna finish my pizza that I'm currently eating, and I'll be with you for the action in a couple of minutes. And then maybe we'll have a little see who is playing who and decide what gaming we want to spectate first. Just looking at the matchups now, we've got Unrestricted against Nightmare, Vertex against Jesse, Bongo against Carver, and Magma against F-Pop. A little bit tempted to watch the Vertex Jesse game. I might have a little look at that, but yeah, like I said, I'll just finish my food. I'll be back with you guys in a sec. Hi again for people just joining. I'll just be with you in a minute and we'll get the games up and running shortly. Hello Pumbia and Tama, Aki. Right then, boys and girls, just trying to do the fucking pizza eating speed run before the games began, but wasn't quick enough. Let's mute the music. You know my paint pal Bombay can send me a few bucks. And yeah, so just to get everyone up to speed, we're just having a little 8-player pod, doing a little mixed map 1-day event. So it's all the sort of like, yeah, bit of land, bit of water, random, but like mixed maps and a random pick from there. Best of 3s, and because it's a Swiss system, all the players will get to play 3 rounds, and then I think we've got a little bit of a prize pool for the players as well at the end of the day. I think it's for top 3 finishers. And yeah, like I said, we've just randomised the matchups to the first one. So we got Unrestricted Nightmare, Vertex, Jesse, Takeaway Bongo, and against Carver, Magma and F-Pop. And I think actually all the games are up and running, other than Nightmare seems to have dropped off the face of the earth, unfortunately. So we'll get him back soon. And like I said, I think I'm quite interested in seeing the Vertex Jesse game. So I think I'm going to jump into that one. Obviously, I can't cast all the games at once. It'll be a little bit difficult for me. But yeah, this will be interesting. The way the Civ picks work is it's hidden. And you can pick whatever Civ you like, but you're only allowed to pick the same Civ once per each series. And so here, Vertex and Jesse have gone for the... Oh, they're on the Ocean Ring as well. That we've added to the mixed map pool, because it is quite... water is quite important on this map, but then like control of the land in the centre can be quite important as well if the game like moves sort of into the Bronze Age stage. And I think it looks like we're a little bit behind. Okay, we're caught up. So we are into... Both players are actually... Looks like maybe Jesse stopping his... Oh, he's got a lot of idle time there. Looks like he was maybe trying to save food to click the tool, which he does do now, but he's got a minute and 30 idle. He does have, was it the single dock, and a bit of fish production going. And Vertex is actually going for the land now, and his first dock now. And is about to click with much more villagers. And he's going to be, so yeah, a little bit behind. And I think arguably Jesse has slightly better eco position here. But yeah, like I said, for this tournament, like I said, it's kind of random map from the mixed map pool, and if we've added Ocean Ring and Inland. For some reason, Inland isn't counted in the mixed map pool, when I feel like it really should be. Forward Villager here. So it'll be interesting to see what civs people do pick. I think Shang and Latvia are going to be, they're just very strong on every map, so I wouldn't be surprised those get picked. But then other picks like the Yamato, and Phoenicians pop to mind. Maybe Carthaginians as well, just because of their strong start can make it when they get onto the water a bit quicker on some of the maps. Maybe someone's brave enough to go Minoans with the very powerful, cheaper docks and cheaper ships. There's some of the maps, the water part of the mixed maps aren't as important. So if you don't like minnows on this map would be pretty nice, but on some of the other mixed maps, maybe not quite as strong. And Jesse does hit the tool age first. We have this forward villager from Vertex. I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think I did see small wall come in. A little bit of awkward wall. I don't know if that one just gets deleted there, perhaps. But Jesse does defend himself, and like I said, he's already committing to the scout ships. So, yeah, Vertex going quite a greedy approach. He's going Barracks Market at home. And is this villager going to do much? It looks like... not much going on with this villager for the time being. And just having a look around. This first row of scout ships come out. Scout ships just coming out for Vertex now. Unfortunately for Jesse, he's going like slightly long way around this way. So this might give Vertex enough chance to get up a couple of scout ships and maybe defend his fishing boats here. And like I said, we didn't see quite the start of the game here because I was just catching up a bit, but normally both players take the elephant first and build the storage pit first on this map, and then granary is the second building to go up. You can see here both players have moved to the berry still left. In fact, Jesse still has all his gazelle left. It looks like he hasn't decided to push those yet. Well, he was like first to get his fishing eco up and running, so he's been leaning on that a little bit more. Woodworking coming in, sorry, for both players, slightly ahead for Jesse. And he is actually pretty much ahead on Vil count for now. The old Bronze Age, I hadn't noticed that. Vertex already halfway up to the Bronze Age. Jesse maybe needs to try and keep these active and moving. First scout ship comes out this way. This map does tend to be a little bit odd because you tend to be quite far away from your opponent when it comes to the water. So even if you do get the initial push, the defender's advantage of having your docks at home often can win you a few trades. This villager's here still just doing a bit of exploration. Finds a sort of centre part of the map. It'd be interesting if Vertex just maybe just plonks down TC in the middle here. That'd be pretty funny. Scout ships, like I said, going opposite way around. Scout ships on the wood line here, though. Going to pick off a couple of villas as Vertex hits the Bronze Age. Bronze Age is going to come in. Jesse's just missing one of the buildings for now, but big damage on the wood line. And this is one of the things if you do play greedy on this map and the Scout ships do get in. And Vertex deciding to pull his ships back, but already 6 kills in for Jesse. That's going to give him a very nice eco lead. War Galley upgrade is going to come in now, which is going to be a little bit, maybe take a little bit too long to really defend what's already happened here. Jesse's probably, I mean, I guess Vertex has the numbers, like I said, the defender's advantage, so maybe this attack does get thwarted before the War Galley even comes in. Reinforcements coming around this way for Jesse, and he's still not sorted out his thing at home. There we go, he's rushing to try and get the archery range up now. It's a little bit sloppy by Jesse. He could have clicked to go up to bronze a little bit quicker than this. But it's very nice to get that 6 villagers killed. Alright, Katie. Sorry, just noticed your message in the stat. Oh, he's on the wood line again. 2 more kills. 3 more, there we go. 9 vill kills. This is really nice for Jesse here. And I know Jesse is a big fan of these mixed maps. He likes to try and push out in the water. Single bowman here does. Looks like Vertex had already seen the crossing there. And it's just a dock on the centre here, which means Vertex does claim this, what for now is a safer section that Jesse obviously can't get ships into for the time being. Jesse does bring his ships back. I guess he sees that the War Galley's in now for Vertex's one bowman being quite annoying here. Fishing boat fairly zippy though, not going to take too much damage. Town centre does come out forward for Vertex as the wheel does come in. And it'd be interesting if Vertex just keeps pushing. I think he's still only on 1 dock. Oh no, he has a couple of docks now. I was going to say it'd be interesting if he just tries to push on the water, or if he does maybe try to add in some chariot archers on the land. It has that one villager just chilling in the middle still, excuse me, that could come forward and maybe plant a few archery ranges up front. Jesse nearly up to the Bronze Age. Just going to lose a couple of fishing ships here. Does move the wood line off, deletes the storage pitch, try and run the villagers out. I don't know where that guy was going, that's a little bit unfortunate power thing. And this is one of the bad things that can happen on Ocean Ring, is if you don't expand to the rest of the map like Vertex already has done, sometimes you lose control of your crossing and then your economy is just trapped in here. Jesse does have a good number of scout ships in defence though. He's got 13 here, and now he's getting Artisan's ship and War Galley in as well. I don't know if Artisan's ship was in for Vertex. Let's have a quick look. He doesn't have it yet. Just getting the fishing ship upgrade for now. And looks like when all's said and done that, I think some of that eco kills for Vertex were fishing ship kills as opposed to actual villagers, but it sort of evens out. I know 100% know that all those 9 for Jesse were villager kills, which are arguably a little bit more important, just because you can do a lot more with a villager than you can with a fishing ship. And this is a pretty nice engage with the upgrades in now. Wheel coming in a little bit later, and Jesse's sat on 1,000 food here. Like I said, maybe when he was sort of going in for the attack here, a little bit of maybe lack of focus on his eco at home. But hopefully he can get that balanced out, and as the lack fiat, he could go into the Chariot Archer himself. We do have, okay, archery ranges are coming out, and yeah, looks like, where is his first, where is his other archery range? I say back at home. Those first Chariot Archers coming out. So we may just see a Chariot Archer war here. The Lakviat do have the faster creation for their military production. So even though Jesse may be slightly later to the punch at getting his military down, he does have the, as in getting the wheel in, he will be able to produce those Chariot Archers fairly speedy, and like he's got lots of food in the bank to pay for those. Just going to need to get that wood. But yeah, I would like to see Jesse move out. Looks like we do have an engage on the water though. I completely missed that for the time being. And yeah, Looks like Jesse just trying to get onto the fishing eco. Some more war galleys at the back here for Vertex though. There's a few ships in defence. You can see all the villagers in the wood line there. I'd really like to see Jesse try and push out onto the mainland. Another TC comes down for Vertex. He's going to be on 4 TCs now. Big damage onto the villagers, but with wheel in, they're going to be able to... still manages to pick up 3 there. I'm a little bit surprised. I was going to say villagers might be able to get away with that. And yeah, it looks like there's enough ships in defence. 8 to 6. Jesse forced to focus on multiple fronts. And villagers here actually building a couple more docks to keep these fishing ships working. And this sneaky little war galley here is going to be able to get some damage in as well. So action popping off on all sides of the map at the moment. But the 4 TCs for Vertex is going to let him boom up with the eco. You can see the villa count's actually even now. But that should pretty much explode for Vertex with the cheaper Vil bonus for the Shank. But Jesse doing some good damage on the water. But like I said, Vertex has already moved out onto the mainland. So losing his sort of original base here. Funny, he's still got a bit of berries left there. But yeah, losing this original base there is not as big of a deal. And like I said, he managed to relocate most of his fishing eco. Don't know where the rest of it is, that said, because it says he's got 12 here and I'm only seeing about 4 on this side. Oh, it's all in the middle here, of course it is. I wonder how much fish is left in the middle there. Not a huge amount, but enough. Okay, there's quite a lot of shore fish in there as well still. So here we do have the migration. Forward watchtower attempting to be built, but chariot archers are already up in defence. Let's have a look. 7 to 4. And obviously both players already have the extra range. Actually no, Artisan ship still isn't in for Vertex here. And the Lakviat do get the bonus of the extra +2 melee armor, but obviously, as I've said many times in the past, Archer v Archer doesn't really make much difference, but again, the Lakviat do have the faster creation speed on all their military buildings. It looks like some more archery ranges being spammed out now by Jesse, as he also tries to get some more houses down. I'm pretty sure Lakviat has urban. I could be wrong, but maybe I think they have urbanization, which doubles the population space for your houses. So that would have been maybe quite nice to see. You do need 100 stone for that though, and Jesse does not have the stone. Gold mining coming in now, so maybe let's just try and work towards the Iron Age. Villager kind of going a little bit. Okay, manages to survive. Yes, he's doing all right. But yeah, scout war galley, I should say. Looks like they're going to take down this TC eventually. Stone miners, as Vertex tries to get a hold of the map using the towers here. Sentry tower upgrade coming in as well. Jesse dives in to try and grab some villager kills and just pick off about 3 there. That's nice for him. You can see 26 to 8 on the eco kills. And in fact, yeah, Jesse ahead on villagers. And I think fishing eco is slightly ahead for Vertex, but still not a bad position for Jesse here. It's quite far ahead on the score as well. Getting some of those market upgrades in. Stone mining as well. He's happy to just sit under the tower here, which maybe, yeah, he could probably move that away. And stone throwers coming in as well. And stone throwers not massively effective against the chariot archers just because the chariot archers are so mobile, but with the 4 pierce armor, they resist the damage from the chariot archers quite well, and this is going to help Jesse push down the towers here. So 16 to 13. On chariots, it looks like Vertex has managed to sort of clear things up on the water. So he still has 15 war galleys. There's a few here. I'm just trying to look. I guess he's just kind of just defending his fish eco. Lots of idle villagers as the wood on his original island runs out. So hopefully he spots those and gets those sorted pretty quick. But this is a pretty nice push for Jesse here now. And let's hopefully doesn't lose some villagers. And did urbanization come on? I feel like he must have had it now. I don't know, he's got quite a lot of houses actually, that's said. How many houses have we got here? 37 times 4 is 120, 148. So okay, yeah, that is just houses. It doesn't have urbanization in. And yes, it's a very nice push on the land now. Transitioning off the water. Decent mass of chariots, 14 versus 25 though. And are either player anywhere near iron? They've both got like the gold more or less, but both players are also quite pinched for food at the moment. Again, chariot archers sort of just diving forward for Jesse as Vertex scrambles to get this wall up in defence. War galleys are going to be quite useful here. Yeah, I think all these chariot archers are going to go down for Jesse here. But the stone throwers in the back, of which he has 4 now, are going to be able to push forward quite nicely here. Jesse does get a dock down on the middle as well, so if he just builds like a couple of war galleys here, he could knock out most of excuse me, Vertex's food eco and the fish eco here. Again, these... Okay, there we go. I was going to say, the chariot archers aren't going to do much to be able to deal with this, so a melee addition chariot's going to be quite nice here to try and deal with the stone throwers. But that said, there's a decent mass... Oh, okay, actually no, I'll hold that thought as the Vertex gets onto the Vils on the TC there. And some do hide in there. I don't think he rang the bell, no he didn't. That's good to see. And Sentry Tower for Jesse coming in as well. And these towers, yeah, just Vertex just trying to, like I said, be a bit annoying. Grab the land with those extra towers. A little bit of engaging the water here. I think Vertex's ships kind of just take a lot of damage there as they were just moving along. So Jesse managed to get a lot of free damage in there. Even being a couple of ships down, there you can see the actual health is in advantage of Jesse. And yeah, so Jesse's actually going to win that trade there. So it's quite nice for him. Looks like could have been a little bit awkward if the galley's got on the fishing eco of his own. High ground here for Vertex though is going to give him a very nice advantage. And again, these the catapults, not so good. As long as you're paying attention to your chariots, the catapults, stone throwers are quite easy to dodge. Again, villagers being very annoying. As towers start to pop up everywhere, Jesse trying to get up his own towers. And yeah, still no artisan ship in for Vertex here. I think he might have just maybe thinks he's already clicked down. Yeah, War Galley does come in as Jesse planted out 4 docks on the centre here, and this singular War Galley is going to be able to do quite a bit of damage, I think. There's a War Galley in defence or 2 for Vertex, but yeah, probably going to be able to pick up a couple of fishing ships here. Big battle in the middle, which I did miss here, so it looks like, yeah, Vertex isn't paying attention, so catapults probably did manage to get in quite a few good hits there. So I was looking at some of the other action as this battle's going on all over the map here. It's going to be very difficult for the players to keep track of everything that's going on. Again, Jesse getting closer and closer to the Iron Edge, though, looking at it. Vertex is taking the Vil lead now. Again, with the cheaper Vil bonus still applying at this point in the game. We're saying that Vertex hasn't actually has stopped creating extra villages at this point. And yeah, it's just gathering the gold from his original island. Still, funny enough, he still has some wood left, whereas Jesse completely picked his island clean, just getting that stone at the end. That chariot arch is going to try and push round, but towers are going to be annoying. And I think Jesse being on the siege first, actually no, 12 cavalry units here. This could be big. But yeah, Jesse getting the siege out first is definitely giving him the momentum. And a lot of resources going into trying to get these towers up, which are basically useless against the stone throwers. We'll see if Vertex can push in on the right hand side here. Again, there's a lot of towers, and Iron Age, like I said, is coming in for Jesse. And yeah, it's a pretty crazy game for the first game between these guys. Already at the 35-minute mark of in-game time. Just trying to put down a couple more docks. The battle for the centre reigns on. Jesse just needs to focus down these war galleys. I was saying that he's got plenty of war galleys in the centre. This is going to make it pretty awkward because Jesse's going to be able to range quite a lot of things. That finally gets artisanship in. Metalworking coming as well. Cavalry is in on the farm eco. And those cavalry units are actually going to be quite difficult for Jesse. The chariot archers might need to be pulled back here. 61 to 33 advantage to Jesse. Actually, no, Jesse's just going forward. So it's pretty messy games, as I said already, and looks like Jesse's going to lose a lot of his fish eco. Back here to another raid. Yeah, the addition of these cavalry here going to cause a lot of havoc back. But Jesse, where's his army now? I don't know. It seems like not exactly where Jesse's focusing. Now he's going in with chariots, but arguably he needs to sort out what's going back here. As you can see, that eco kill death is pretty much evening out. He's using the war galleys here, but they can only go so far as we push in. The chariots on this front. War galleys again being a bit of an annoyance. These chariots not going to be able to do too much damage with 6 melee armor. The Latviat can get in the Bronze Age, negating a lot of the damage that the chariots can do. Chariots only, like I said, really effective to try and snipe out the stone throwers, which looks like Vertex is trying to do, in fact, with the villagers as well. So it looks like he probably will manage to pick off a few here, but again, he's going to lose a lot doing it. What's happened to those cavalry units? Cavalry's just chilling in the middle for the time being. I think Vertex, I guess, is just going full defense mode over here. And Iron Age is in for Jesse now, as he adds in the elephant units for the Latviat. Latviat do get the fully upgraded heavy horse archer as well, which I am personally a big fan of, as we know from last weekend's Citadel's tournament. And ballistics are going to be very nice here. Cavalry is in again though. I'm going to pick up a few villagers. Yeah, continue to be a nuisance there. Vertex sat on 2,600 gold. Maybe he could just buy his way to the Iron Age at this point. I guess his food eco here is just being like invaded constantly. The Vertex, I mean, military numbers sort of eco, and Jesse's lost a lot of villagers in this sort of area to these cavalry raids. And he might want to try and focus. In fact, Jesse is on 3k gold of himself, so I think he might, with this much gold in bank. Horse Archer just feels like the obvious play to me. But Jesse's not actually making... There we go. He's queued up a bunch of fishing ships. I guess just trying to get his food on economy back up and running. But again, I would like to see the addition of some Horse Archers here. That would be something I'd like to see, just to try and spend that gold. So at the moment, it looks like he's only making this one war elephant. He's just researching a alchemy, which is obviously going to be nice. I'm just wondering, like, where is Jesse focusing right now? He's just trying to, I guess, maybe just trying to pick up this fish and this last gold, as well as the wood as well. But Jesse's just not making any units anymore. And what felt like a game that was quite in his favour. And Vertex, yeah, still in the Bronze Age of Vertex. But those cavalry units just managing to get a lot of damage done. Stone throwers out for Vertex as well now, but the elephants are actually going to take care of those pretty quickly. And yeah, I guess Jesse's just pinched for food at the moment. But you could buy resources from the market. I know it's not a very good exchange rate in AOE1. But he's currently sat on 4k gold. Yeah, guard tower, that's a very good point as well. I'm not 100% sure. I presume Latviat must get guard tower, otherwise you're suggesting that. There aren't many civs that don't get guard tower, to be fair. I think it's maybe even, in fact, only the Romans that don't. A few battles on the water again. And Trireme coming in for Jesse. I'm not 100% sure why he's resorting to go back on the water again. Maybe just felt a little bit pressured, losing a few ships here. Yeah, he's just trying to get that eco back up and running. And Iron Age is going to come in for Vertex now. And I feel like Jesse hasn't used the Iron Age advantage really to much effect here. He does have these elephants being a nuisance, but he's not really doing much damage. Like I said, he has all the archery ranges already. He can literally just click the horse archers wherever he does. He's shot on the other two resources of wood and food is the big problem, though. Another raid in for Vertex hit. And towers are going to go down. Craftsmanship coming in for Jesse. Yeah, I guess there's those cavalry raids that Vertex brought in there. I feel like just maybe shaken Jesse a little bit. Like I said, the score advantage is still hugely in his favour. 5k gold in the bank. Jesse could just buy himself, like, buy any amount, well, not any amount obviously, but a good amount of food and wood and just makes whatever he likes. Looks like he's still trying to go for those elephant archers. But again, with this much gold in bank, I think you just go for the horse archer. Trireme is in. And it looks like there's a couple of priests out. I can't actually other hit for Vertex. There's a number of war galleys should be able to take out this. Shang in the late game on the water, extremely bad. Probably one of the worst civs in the game on the water. They don't get the trireme or alchemy. And yeah, like I said, it just feels like Jesse hasn't done enough before Vertex reached the Iron Age here. He's getting nobility now. I don't think I actually saw nobility come in for Jesse. No, he hasn't. He didn't get it himself. He's just sat on this 5k gold and just not doing anything with it, which upsets me greatly. Plus the villager is going to probably get clapped by this elephant here if it actually starts attacking. And that tower's on 1 HP. Anyway, one of the triremes does get converted. And Jesse, like I said, he seems to focus back up on the water for the time being. 19 triremes. And Vertex himself going for the horse archer hit. Ballistics coming in. And okay, finally we see the click of horse archers. The addition for Jesse's army. And like I said, he still is in a strong position, but he's given Vertex the chance to get himself up to Iron Age in a pretty reasonable place. A few of the priests get sniped there by the trireme, but Elephant's going to get converted as well now. These triremes slowly taking damage from... yeah, there's just not enough of them there, is that? It's going to go down. Jesse has a few more ships up here. Transport ship. That feels like potentially a misclick. Unless Jesse's got some weird, well maybe not weird, but interesting crossing plans. This TC is going to get denied by the horse archers. As we see Afterlife and Guard Tower come in for Vertex. Again, Vertex just with these little raids on this sort of right hand side, picking off a few villagers here and there. Like I said, horse archers finally coming in for Jesse. 2 transport ships. Where are they? Don't know where they are, but yeah. I guess there's. I think it like goes to the centre of where they are. So, oh, there we go. There's one there. Don't know. Probably accidental, I think. And we'll see. Okay, elephant archers are on the side here as that one little block in the wall goes down. Jesse losing a few units to the war galleys though. Triremes. Where did all this triremes go? Looks like. Did he just send them in and it died? I'm not sure. A few coming around on the side here now. And it looks like a few of the other players in the other games are probably going to have to be waiting for Jesse and Vertex to finish the series, because this is still game 1 of potentially 3 games. And maybe we should have put a time limit. Maybe we should have put a time limit on these games, as it feels like it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate situation for the time being. Jesse does have the military advantage, but Vertex, very nice eco advantage. And, yeah, like these constant raids here, and Jesse's just like not dealing with them. Pushing forward with the Guard Tower again. Guard Tower is in for Jesse. Technically, the Shang Guard Tower is slightly weaker, as the Shang don't have alchemy. Fire galleys being made now. Couple of them for Vertex, which will be quite effective. He does just catch just a handful of ships out, but this number of triremes not going to be very effective there. Jesse's paying attention, hopefully. A little bit of micro, that will be all she wrote. I think the triremes should pretty easily Maybe not actually. For some reason Jesse sends that trireme away. Vertex actually microing quite nicely there, so actually Vertex is going to take that fight. Trireme's being a nuisance on the south side here though, and I don't like it when people clump and do that together. It's just like, just get the horse archers in. But yeah, Jesse's still sat on 3k gold, so he has lots of resources in bank. And Stone Throwers pushing forward as well again. And yeah, these triremes are all a little bit out of position. They're sort of doing some things in some places, but currently Vertex probably get more value out of these war galleys than Jesse is out of his triremes at the moment. And again, Jesse's just switching his focus to the water. Like, okay, fair enough, you deal with these units here, but like, you need to deal on attack on the land. Catapult upgrade is in now, which is going to be quite nice for Jesse. And elephants being added as well. Have we run out of gold on the map? No, there's still some down here. In fact, there's quite a bit left by the looks of it. 38 piles. Yeah, there's still quite a bit there as well. Or maybe a couple of tiles at least. A little bit in the centre as well there. But yeah, Jesse's just kind of got, like I said, this game has been pretty messy, and I guess both players probably losing track of a few units here and there. Yeah, Scythe could be definitely a good option. I think that there's still enough gold on the table that the gold units can still be pretty strong here. It's just Jesse just seems to not be getting the production going. He's like eco's being constantly being raided. And he's, where are we going here? I mean, Jesse knows there are towers here. Okay, interesting. Just going to try and hit down the tower. He's going to lose quite a few villagers doing this. Not exactly sure. Alright, fair enough. I guess tower is going to go down. And elephant archers. We're going to have the melee ranged. After what is going on here? which is like close quarters combat. Catapult's just like complete. I guess they got 2 elephants here. Like I said, this game is just very, very messy at this point. And Jesse's still making some elephants, but just like way more production for Vertex at the moment. I guess you could argue that the value of each of Jesse's units is a little bit higher. Elephant does go down here, and these elephant are just going to take a few hits from these catapults, which they do have a lot of health, but they don't want to be taking too many hits. But yeah, it doesn't feel like the stalemate's going to get broken. Oh my god, so many villagers just... Oh, Jesse, come on, man! This is a little bit sloppy. A little bit of military again coming round on the water, trying to do a little flonk. It's only like 4 fishing ships. Again, I'm not 100% sure why Jesse's like so concerned about the water, because like he's everything that's happening at this point is like in the centre. So I'm a little bit confused about that. Triumph's trying to do some damage again. Do Shang not get the last wood upgrade? I thought they did. They do. The Vertex just doesn't have it. But we do have a few war galleys here coming in. Fire galley is going to be a bit of a nuisance, but yeah, they're going to manage to pick up a bunch of villagers again. So Jesse, I mean, yeah, you can see this. 200, that's just the eco KD there. And I don't know, this feels a bit weird. It felt like Jesse had a really commanding position, and he got himself to Iron Age way quicker than Vertex did, and it was just slow to get any military coming out. Feels like he's in a bit of a brain lock where he's not 100% sure what he wants to do here. And yeah, I guess, I don't know, like I said, yeah, it's a huge military edge for Vertex now. And I think this I don't know, yeah, the horse hatch has been trying to be built again. Score switching back and forth, but it kind of feels like Jesse's momentum just got completely stopped, and then he just wasn't sure what to do after. And now it feels like, yeah, the elephants just, they're obviously powerful units, but they're too slow really to prevent the chariots and horse archers going around. Does have a few elephant archers down this side still being a nuisance, but Vertex just double the eco, nearly, yeah, triple the military. I mean, still, Jesse still has 2.6k gold in bank. But yeah, we've got 10, I think that is 11 catapults. Gonna pretty easily deal with these elephants. And I mean, it was a very nice effort from Jesse in the early game, but I kind of feel like, even though he probably still potentially, I don't know, it's just only on 50 vils now, I feel like Jesse's maybe let this one get away from him. And maybe if he watches this back later, he might be kicking himself a little bit. Like I said, I think as soon as you hit Iron Age, just try and spam the horse archers, just use your gold, buy other resources if you need it, instead of just sitting on it, doing nothing. Like I said, the trade exchange rates aren't great, but neither is just sitting on 3k gold for the whole game. And I think this push down here is not going to meet much resistance. Arguably these horse archers could just be held back and you let the catapults do the work here, but okay, we're going to take some free damage, I guess. Vertex? Vertex, brother? Okay, don't know where we're going. A little bit weird. Vertex probably focusing somewhere else at the moment, I guess. Little AFK moment there for the boys. But yeah, like, Jesse's now trying to switch into the chariot to deal with these catapults himself. But yeah, I don't know, this has been a very weird game. This is the thing about Ocean Ring, it's just like, sometimes it just can become complete madness. Sometimes it's over really early. I think this is the... Yeah, GG's called by Jesse. And it's actually a best of 3, sorry, I didn't even see that there. But unkillable. I think Jesse, like I said, he's finished the game on 3.5k gold. It's just like that when he got to Iron Age, which I feel like is probably back here. I was just on the way up there. He was so much further ahead, and he had, yeah, I don't know. It was just a little bit slow to, like, he had this push, and I think when this got stopped, he just didn't add anything behind it, and maybe he could have focused on trying to get the villager count up above 100. And yeah, so it's just slipped away from Jesse in the last when he got to the Iron Age there. And so yeah, I'll just quickly change that to best of 3, so we're not getting confused. So yeah, let's have a look as they get set up into the next game. Like I said, it's a best of 3, and that was only game 1. We'll get ourselves looking at the other series, and it looks like we have a couple of results in already. And Unrestricted 2-0 against Nightmare, and Magma 2-0 against F-Pop as well. And so I guess Bongo and Carver are still playing, potentially. Yeah, it looks like they're setting up a lobby now. Oh, it's 1-1 between Carver and Bongo, okay. So hopefully the next couple of games between these guys are a little bit quicker, just so we're not waiting around. Just going to restart Capture Age because of the old bug. Well, Carver was saying like he was going to be rubbish because it's like he hasn't played in ages, and now he's taking games off Bongo. Like, I don't know what the matchup exactly was here. But yeah, as I said, the Civ picks are a little bit interesting because you don't 100% know what map you're going to get. Like if I go to I'll go here and we can have a look. I'll go single player, that's probably the better way to do it. So the map pool is the mixed maps plus... Is Mega Random in? Maybe someone got Mega Random. I think we got plus inland and plus ocean ring. So it's like on Conti, like I've argued many times before, I think Nomad's taken out, right? Is Nomad in or is Nomad out? In, out, shake it all about. It's in, okay. Did anyone get Nomad? Has anyone played Nomad yet? Carver played Nomad? Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, like, I was going to say, you could pick Minoans, but on some of the maps, I feel like you just get flattened as Minoans. So I don't know if anyone's been brave enough to go Minoans just yet. I think for me, Shang, Lakviat, Yamato, Phoenicians, maybe Calf. They're probably the go-to civs. And we'll... Yeah, it looks like game 2 for Vertex and Jesse is up, so I'll just quickly jump us into that. Oh, Jesse's gone for the Hittites. Yeah, I completely forgot about the Hittites for some reason. Which, not as strong as they used to be on the water maps, with their extra range being slightly nerfed, makes them quite a lot easier to deal with in the tool age at least. And Vertex has gone for the Phoenicians hit, which is, I feel like Foe is just a really nice all-round civ. I don't think they're ever like the best civ on any map, but they're like always far from the worst as well. They're always like up there. And yep, like I said, Jesse going for those Hittites. Interestingly, the players could have just reversed the civs from the first game. So Jesse was Lakviat and Vertex was Shang, and they could have just swapped civs and just taken those. So we could have seen another Shang Lakviat matchup, but the guys decided to switch it up a bit here. And yeah, looks like Vertex did go for that early storage pit, which sometimes, in fact, both players did, which often results in a little bit of idle time. Yeah, Shang, it's like only like that late game there, if on the water, Shang's really rubbish on the water, but on Ocean Ring at that point, the water, like I was saying, isn't really that important. I think it's mostly about the land there. Well, Lakviat, yeah, arguably a little bit less all-round, but they just have that really nice solid start on any map, right? Yeah, that's true, if you get Mega Random. I feel like the odds of getting some starting berries is probably very high, or even on Mega Random though. Not 100% sure, but I suspect that your odds of getting at least a single patch of berries is pretty decent. Yeah, like I said, Jesse did have himself a very nice position with Lakviat in that last game. He just, I don't know, like I said, just got to the Iron Age and just didn't press his advantage at all. And yeah, like both players went Horse Archer, but Shang doesn't get Alchemy, so that it should have just been Lakviat favoured, I feel like. But like maybe just little slip up on the eco, and quite a nice few cavalry raids in from Vertex, and Jesse kind of like lost his bearings a bit, it felt like. Second storage pit is built on the wood line there. I guess, yeah, it's not really very nice for the wood there, so I guess that does make sense. This does leave this wood line a little bit exposed if Jesse does go for the water, especially with that +1 range from the Hittite. Villagers are going to meet, though, in the centre. It looks like, okay, looks like Vertex did notice. I was going to say, looks like neither player noticed there, but I think Vertex did at the last second there. We're doing the long-ranged berry picking here. Let's have a look at the villager fight. Jesse going to try and grab the high ground. I think he's already too low health to win this battle, though, and he's just going to have to run. Second Vil does come in. Wait, where did that guy come from? He went for the house block. I think it would have just been better just to go with trying to block with the Vil. Vertex trying to get fancy there, kind of fluffs it in the end. Another Vil does come forward for Jesse. In fact, yeah, Jesse's actually the first to get Duck up and running, and he's actually on the way to Tool as well. Again, quite a bit of idle time like he did have in the game before, but Vertex doing a similar thing. Yeah, he's up to Tool, on the way up to Tool himself, I should say. Again, these villagers on the berries doing the long walk there, so not the most efficient of resource gathering. He's actually going to go for the barracks. I mean, makes sense. Obviously, it just means the granary is going to get delayed even more. This villager, I don't know if Vertex was just like right-clicked and just forgot, or if he is just trying to actually just explore at this point. This villager is going to go down inevitably. There we go. Actually, it's like 2 villager kills for Jesse here, which isn't insignificant at this point. Clubbers are already coming in for Vertex. Jesse's not making any clubbers of his own as he hits the tool age. Excuse me, as I reshuffle my glasses there. Tool working's coming in, but Jesse has no military. Okay. Maybe he thinks he's clicked the clubbers. Stables. Oh, okay. No, Jesse was trying to go for scouts here. I think this villager needs to just try and die for this. Okay, there we go. Scouts. Scouts added, Jesse. Oh, little. Again, looks like. Huh. Oh no, he was just walling his villa in to get the barracks up. Okay, now it makes sense. But again, Jesse's getting the upgrades. He's still not clicked to create any units. Maybe just a little bit panicked trying to deal with these early clubbers. And looks like he tried to get the switching into the archers bowman instead. So quite a lot of resources invested for the scout upgrades, and only just making the first scout now. Axer upgrade is going to come in, and once that's in, the scout's not really going to be any use in defense. So maybe they just send the scout forward and try and get some picks. It's probably going to be the play, and use the bows to defend at home. Slingers already being added in by Vertex though, so maybe the scout does have to get brought back to try and deal with those. Storage pit's going up. This is actually open here, so the axes don't even need to go through this house. It is completely open here. One of the bows comes out. Another bow's in the archery range. What happened to that scout? So I guess Jesse doesn't actually know where Vertex is. And Vertex is basically completely walled at this point. He has got the house walls in the wall there, but a singular scout isn't going to be able to break through that anytime soon. Axes in killing the houses. Well, the scout does manage to get killed here, but the scout is just going to... Yeah, you can't take that fight against an axer. And where are Jesse's archers? The bowmen will come and pop out now. So they should be able to clear this up pretty nicely. There's only a couple of slingers out for Vertex at the moment. I'd like to see this scout come back, as Jesse should be identifying the addition of the slingers here. Same bows. Even the Hittite bowman ineffective against the slingers. And Vertex forced to retreat for the time being. And actually, no villager kills from Vertex here. He is way ahead on villagers though, so I guess just the damage is just the idle time that is caused to Jesse's food economy at least. Still got plenty of wood, maybe needs to try and start switching into the farms or getting some fishing ships at least. Fishing boats would be very easy. And actually, Jesse's housed. He's not building any houses, and okay, houses are going up now. Addition of fishing ships, I think, would be, or fishing boats, I should say. But scout ships are, he's going for scout ships, and scout ships are already out for Vertex, so maybe Jesse just smelling the threat there. but only one dock. Second dock does go up now, trying to use his resources. But Vertex already 10 vils ahead, and now 5 fishing ships ahead as well. And woodworking coming in is going to be very nice for him. I think that's closed off. There's a bit of a weirdness in the elevation, but I think that there isn't a gap there. Pretty sure. I feel like you shouldn't do this with a villager, just because like you're like the villager collecting this means that the fishing ships will collect this faster and they'll have to go further, whereas this villager could go and just do something else. So I think that's a little bit of a mistake personally, not that it's a massive difference. And it looks like Jesse's just trying to restabilize for the time being, but his early scout ships are just going to get caught out here. Jesse's a nicer guy. I don't know how long ago you said that, but I've just noticed the comment in the chat. But yeah, Jesse not focusing on what's happening on the water here. Again, it seems to have happened in a few games where like he's looking at one part of the screen and just not focusing on another, and loses another scout ship there. He's trying to get the third dock up now, although that looks like it's going to get denied and the villager gets killed as well. Do we see another push here from Vertex yet? A little push, battle on the front here. And Jesse with only two scouts, the number of slingers make this quite difficult. I don't know if stone mining is actually... Stone mining is in for Vertex. So the battle's a little bit awkward for Jesse, especially as he doesn't have woodworking in. He tries to get some damage with the scouts. But yes, again, it's a little bit untidy from Jesse, perhaps. As yeah, like I said, the bow's basically completely useless against the slingers. 3 scouts doesn't feel like enough in my head to deal with this number of slingers. The Vertex thinks he doesn't have this fight though, and he's just trying to pick off the bows. And I guess he is going to sweep this up. He loses a lot of slingers doing that. But Jesse now, basically only 1 unit on the land. Does get control back on the water. Maybe he can push Vertex off the food eco. But again, the villager count way in the favour of Vertex here. And Stable's going to go down now. And again, it's a little bit slow to get those units, like the tool working came out instantly, and the horse armor came out before like a single scout even got clicked. I know his stable got a little bit delayed. Maybe just try and finish off that dock as well. Again, scout ships coming in here could be good, but there's quite a lot of scout ships in defense. Hittites do have the +1 range bonus. But I think when the numbers are this in favour, that doesn't make enough of a difference here, and Jesse gets caught a little bit off guard there. Takes quite a bit of free damage. And I don't know exactly when that got placed there. That's the first time I noticed it. So it looks like Vertex is just... yeah, that's just now. Vertex is trying to box Jesse into this corner of the map now. As the tower goes up, not quite ranging the wood line, but if Vertex gets up to the Bronze Age anytime soon, sorry is what I was trying to say there. Another storage pit goes up to try and increase the woodcutter efficiency. But yeah, if he goes up to Bronze Age, gets the upgrades for that, and that's going to be... I mean, it's already quite close to being there. There we go. Second tower is going to be much more annoying here. Jesse's going to be a little bit in trouble now. 6 bows against 15 slingers, 8 axes. And again, the problem with the scouts, it's a very expensive unit. And did quite a few kills on the slingers, but these bows are basically going to be effectively useless now. I don't know why Vertex is like backing up. Yeah, there we go. Just let him fire. I think this is probably going to be GG called anytime soon, and there we go. And a much faster game that time, and what I'd got to say, a bit more one-sided as well. Vertex felt like he was in a pretty commanding position that entire game there. But a very nice effort from Jesse in the first game. But yeah, like I said, he just didn't seem to quite push his advantage through when he got to the Iron Age in that Ocean Ring game. And so yeah, in the end goes down 2-0 to Vertex. And I think this is the final game of the first round, so I think we should be able to get the pairings up for the second round pretty shortly. And we'll just get ourselves into the second round of the Swiss. So again, as I take us back to the main screen. Oh, Bongo Carver's still going. Okay, it's not even over yet. Fair enough. Let's get in on the action there. I don't know if I'll be able to catch up in time with the live game is the thing. But I'll give it a go. It looks like they got mega random. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm going to go 8 times, but like it still takes a while to catch up. And so Carver went Fiat against the Greeks here. It's interesting Bongo went for the Greeks. I would have thought that was slightly lower down the pecking order of the mixed map civs. This random map kind of looks quite similar to just a Conti map. Maybe a little larger than a Conti map in terms of the actual land mass. But yeah, berries, elephants, gazelle. Seems pretty standard to me for a mega random. I don't know, maybe if they started with an extra house or 2. Looks like, yeah, Bongo Carver going for go up to tool way slower there. Let's maybe slow this down a little bit just to see the action that happened here. So Axe has got in for Carver first as he tried to wall up behind this. Forward villager for Bongo was very late as he tried to go for the full walls. And Axis do get a kill there. And now he's on the wood line. But the game is still running, so this can't have resulted in an end game. No tool working in at this point, a little bit pinched for resources. Neither player on the water. I guess maybe they just... It's a little, when it's mega random, it's always hard to predict what even is on the map. So I'll just speed it up again. And that one villager did get picked off at the back there. Yeah, Carver on the offensive. It's interesting that he didn't manage to push this home. I guess, yeah, it looks like Bongo, sorry, moved all his eco here, but it's very idle. Looks like Carver's in a really commanding position here. And again, I'll speed it up a bit. And the slingers here as well. Yeah, just Carver doesn't seem to have followed this initial aggression up with much damage. He's ahead on eco at this point. Again, I'll just try and fast forward a little bit more. This gives Bongo a chance to stabilise. And looks like, yeah, Carver did get on the water at this point. In fact, both players potentially. No, just deleting that and going in. Another push forward. Let's have a quick look at this battle. Bongo just, yeah, looks like Carver just not quite paying attention there. Gets his axes picked off against the Greek bowman. Slingers going forward. Yeah, it feels like Carver's just maybe doesn't realise how much of an advantage he has in the position. You'd have thought from the score advantage that he should know. Does he have stone mining at this point? He does. So again, I'm just looking from this here, I'm very surprised Carver hadn't already closed this out, but he's just not actually looking for Bongo's eco. He's just hitting houses at the moment. Wood working does come in now. Maybe he sees the eco here. There's a little glimpse of it. You should know. Okay, here we go. Slow this down a little bit. A one tree. Three wood left on that tree basically kept Bongo alive left there. But again, gap's still open. Looks like Bongo maybe trying to take out some of the reinforcements here. And Carver's claimed a lot of the map. And maybe should have built another dock and a few more fishing ships just to try and really boom up there. But otherwise, still in a pretty commanding position. Again, I'll speed us up. Do these... Yeah, it's just... Okay. Yeah, Bongo's just moved all his eco further down. Losing a few houses here and there is going to be annoying. Bronze Age just come in for Carver. Scouts come in though. And yet Bongo's just got way more of a eco on the water, which has actually allowed him to catch up on the eco. He's out now housed at this point. Bronze Age is in, as it looks like Carver switches into the cavalry here. Yeah, units on the gold. This archer's going to be a bit annoying. Sorry, Scout's going to be annoying to deal with. But again, it looks like Carver just didn't manage to get more damage on the eco. War Galley coming in though. Looks like maybe he did spot the... well, he sees everything over here now. Let's have a look at this battle here. First wave of cavalry. Oh, I don't know why you're doing this, Carver. Use your units to attack. It feels like he just right-clicked there and just, instead of actually attacking, he just right-clicked to move. Maybe it's just like patrolling or attack moving. But he does clear up all those units there. Bongo is up on the way to... Oh, GG's just called. There we go. Wow, Carver. Bringing it out. Sorry, that was a little bit of a weird cast because I was just trying to like catch up to the game. It's not the best cast I've ever done. But yeah, it just looks like... Let me go back. 21 pop up. And yeah, it looks like Bongo just went for really, really greedy... Oh no, he's already in Tool Age. So 20... Whoa, wait, what? So Carver was like... Carver was like so much slower to the Tool Age. And Bongo... Maybe there's just a little bit of disrespect from Bongo? Like... Barracks is up. He's in the Tool Age. No units being made. The second barracks came up. And then... For the minute 17 idle, 21 vills. Carver was just the first to get military out. This is bizarre. And Bongo just went for the wall. Clubbers were in. Stable archery range. Stable... I guess maybe he was just wanting to work his way to the bronze to get the hoplites or something out for the Greeks. Forced to build an archery range because yeah, the scouts are not going to really be helpful here. Haxa came in. What a bizarre opening. That just felt a little bit greedy there by Bongo. Just didn't think Carver would go for the forward play. Maybe just I don't know. Maybe just misread the generation of the map. But yeah, Bongo. That was what it would have been. Yes, it was the last game, Jesse. So if you can get those results all in, and then we can get, hopefully I'll get our matchups for the next round. But yeah, like Carver just taking full advantage of the fact that Bongo just didn't build any military units. And like around here, Carver, yeah, like I was saying, probably could have pushed at his advantage more and just tried to find that, try to look for the eco. So maybe he could have closed his game out a lot quicker. But like Bongo was always going to be in a bad spot. And like again, yeah, Carver probably could have gone a little bit heavier on the water to get that fish eco going. But in the end, just the pressure and getting to the Bronze Age faster. And then there was that last little battle up here. Let's have a look. Yeah, and the cavalry units came in. And then the rest is history, as they say. That was a little bit of awkward movement by Carver there, but with the slingers and the cavalry units. Yeah, GG, well played. Very nice. Good punish by Carver. Like I said, it wasn't a very good Stone Age from Carver there. As the Latvia. I think he had his... let me just double check. Oh, he didn't have... Wait. No, he did have starting berries. But you just couldn't quite see. I guess the spawn's slightly different. Yeah, he went for the wood first. And that's where all the idle villager time came from, is for some reason you just went for the... Oh, I guess he got the gazelle. What a bizarre game, anyway. I guess it's a little bit of a shame that we didn't see that as it was happening, but no, I don't want to close this. I don't know why I keep trying to close this. I do want to pause, though. Let me take back. So let's have a look at the results of the rest of the games. Like I said, we already saw a couple of them. Well, we know all of them, actually. I don't know why I'm talking in riddles. But we will take us back to the screen here. So we had a 2-0 in favour of Unrestricted against Nightmare. 2-0 from Vertex against Jesse. Again, I think Jesse might be kicking himself a little bit later about that Ocean Ring game, because I think he had that pretty much wrapped up until he didn't. Carver manages to take the 2-1 against Bongo, though, in what seemed to be... obviously we didn't see the other two games, but it was... that last one was slightly bizarre. And Magma 2-0 against F-Pop. So we do have the matchups for the next round. And they're going to be... Did those just literally pop up as I was speaking? I looked at my other screen for a split second there. So we have Nightmare against F-Pop. So it should be losers against losers and winners against winners. Yep. So Nightmare against F-Pop. Bongo against Jesse. Vertex against Carver. And Unrestricted against Magma. And... does any boys or girls in the chat have any preference of what games they might want to watch from the four here? Because obviously we can only cast one. I'm a little bit tempted to watch the Nightmare F-Pop game. Just because I know F-Pop's been playing the game quite a lot recently. It'll be interesting to see how he's getting on. If he's learned any new tricks. Or maybe people want to watch some of the winners' games, possibly. If anyone has any opinions in the chat, feel free to throw them out. And Magma wants auto in because Unrestricted have to go to the dishes. Magma wants me to stream Unres against Magma. Alright, okay, I mean if no one else is going to say anything, I can just do that. Let's have a look, just make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat, actually. I demand admin win, and then Unrestricted goes, I as admin refuse. Oh dear. Why is he gone AFK now? He sent me a message earlier saying that, like, Nightmare, complaining about Nightmare going AFK, and now he's gone AFK. Well, I guess for the time being, I might just cast whoever gets in game first. I'm just going to take a quick drink. In fact, I'm just going to tidy a couple of things up real quick before we get into the next game. So I'll just go back to this the title screen for the time being. I'll only be like a minute. I'll be back in a sec. So stay tuned. And we're back. So, I mean, currently the only vote is from Magma to watch his own game. Like I said, oh no, it looks like some game... Okay, Vertex against Carver's already started, so I might just jump in with that one. so we're not just waiting for the action. And we'll see if Carver can continue the upset run. Bongo obviously being the winner of last week's Citadel, Masters of Citadel tournament. There we go, that was the word I'm looking for. And let us get into this game real quick. So again, let's have a look at the civs. So Hittites is chosen for Vertex first. I feel like Hittites wouldn't be... Carver pretends he noob. I mean, he didn't say he was like a noob, right? He just said he hadn't played in it. He just... well, he said he wouldn't be as good. Oh, this mega random is kind of strange. We've just got this weird little circle. It's interesting that, like, that circle didn't go all the way around there. We've got this weird sort of shoreline where we've got the shallows. That's the word. My brain's just like cutting out. Hopefully it will restore itself back to working order during the cast. But yeah, Hittites for the Vertex, and I feel like Hittites is a bit of a risky pick on the mixed maps, just because the Hittites are a lot weaker in the tool age now that they're slingers do fully counter Hittite bows as well. You can still get the range advantage with bowmen in the tool age, but with slingers having the 3 pierce armor now, it just makes it very difficult for the bows to really get their teeth in, and lacking slinger themselves in the tool age is normally a bigger downside than the +1 damage is a bonus in the tool age itself. If you can get to the bronze age, obviously the chariot archers are still very, very strong. No one's denying that. But the shank from Carver, for me, going to be the more solid pick. And so yeah, another mega random map. I didn't actually look too much at the map itself, but it looks like both players got a reasonably unrandom start. Because there's some mega random spawns where you start with like an extra building or something, but it looks like these spawns are fairly standard. The fish in the water isn't great looking at it. There's a few fish here and there, but like you're only going to get like a couple near, and then the other ones are going to be quite far. So it'll be interesting to see if, obviously they don't know the spawns themselves, but if people do chance going for the water, they'll be able to see, like if they go to the edge of the map, that it probably is just a thin strip of water all the way around though. But the relevant fount for Vertex is going to be quite nice. But it looks like, yeah, the land is... I should play versus AI. Carver's little early game is a little bit of a mess here. And is he just trying to go for a dock here? What's the plan? Oh, he's just going to the group push. I mean, if it works, it works. What is this map? Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird map. Carver, I think if he just kills his Ibex here, he's fine. A little bit untidy. This is a little bit of a crazy Ivan looking play right here. This looks like the kind of thing I'd be doing if I was playing in this tournament. Yeah, a little bit tidy. It looks like maybe the Ibex were just there next to that wood line for Vertex there, so he's just taking control of that. How much did each player see actually? And looks like, yeah, Vertex is still seeing these shallows here, but then I think he's just... I feel like this isn't even really a forward. I think Vertex is just trying to figure out what the hell's even going on. I could be wrong though. Both players do click up to the tool age. Little bit more idle time from Carver again though. It means it's going to be slightly slower even as the shank. So not maybe the best start. Yeah, it's only a short tournament, KT. There's not much at stake. It's just to like get some lobbies going on the evening. Yeah, on the evenings on the weekend. Just try and get some players, some matches, so that people aren't just waiting around to play games all evening. But okay, so Vertex does put down the barracks. And this, again, this shallows is probably throwing him a little bit. He's gone with just the, I guess, reasonable. Just I feel like this is a thing you can't do on Mega Random. You can't like go for the. They passed each other. I feel like you don't really want to, shouldn't really go forward on Mega Random just because like you have no idea what the map spawn is. Like he could have put this here and then like Carver could have been like in the corner on like a little island, well not an island by himself, but like an easy wallable area. Obviously we know he isn't, but what I guess Vertex like, well my map kind of looks like this, so Carver's is gonna look pretty similar. But unfortunately, this archery range and barracks are pretty far out of the way, which is going to give Carver some chance. I don't know if I like the gate there, although Clubber is looking to get in. Archery range was down in the middle as well for Carver. Both players just crisscrossing across the map here, and Clubber does now find, we don't have any upgrades on the Clubber, but it's only a singular villager, so that's not going to pan out too nicely for Carver. Carver could just pull a couple of villagers here and he would be fine though, but maybe just not with the heads up. Thinking at the moment as he maybe feels a little bit panicked, trying to go for the quick walls on his wood line. It's just actually a gap there. Okay, let's plug that up. I mean, he could just garrison this villain here. In he goes, and still no storage pit upgrades for Vertex. And this did get some building on it, but he is just open on this side. Bows are going to make this awkward. Is that open there as well? He is actually open on this side. And yeah, Carver's military being in the centre of the map, and it looks like he still hasn't found his opponent. With their oddly close spawns, sort of kind of like, it almost feels like a 4-player map spawn if you had another player here and another player here. And yes, there's going to be a little, sorry, I need to clear this up. Let me just clear that. I've just noticed. And I'm just going to change that to Vertex. Casting is what I want. That's not how you spell Vertex. Give me another go at that one. Gets back up to speed, but yes, it looks like it's going to be pretty awkward already. And classic. I do the pause one bit and the game immediately ends. But yeah, the bows were just going to be very difficult for Carver to deal with that. And like I said, I feel like I'm mega random. Going for forwards is probably not the way to play it, just because like it's very hard to get a read on the map itself. I feel like playing defensive usually is probably going to work out better for you. Nightmare and Bongo disappeared. Did they not know? Did they just think they're out? Well, I guess. I mean, if it comes to it, you guys just get buys to the next round, which is pretty annoying, but it is what it is. If they've gone off thinking that they're just out of the tournament, there's not really much we can do about that. I guess we can give them maybe a little bit longer to see if they come back. You can wall. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't wall on this map, Vertex? You can't wall on this, if that's what you mean. You can't wall. Yeah, you can't wall on the shallows there. It's only the swamp stuff, which is like the weird, like brackeny lookiny stuff. Oh, is it got the weird ground where you can't build on the ground either? Can you not build on this ground? You might be right. Actually, I hadn't actually noticed that. And oh yeah, I guess yeah, you can't wall to the water because of the shallows. If that, yeah, so you'd have to like wall in a circle. You couldn't wall to the edge of the map. No, right? Yeah, that's what you actually meant. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. So yeah, you'd have to like wall around your base in a little like circle fashion. But yeah, I guess you guys get yourself into game 2. What am I doing? I guess I'll go back. See if actually another game's playing at the moment. Let me have a look. See. So, what's happened to the other winners game? So we should have. Oh yeah, Rez is AFK. That's what's happened to the other game. Both games starting. Okay. I mean, I feel like Nightmare had plenty of time between his two games to sort stuff out there, because I think Unrestricted unfortunately beat him 2-0 fairly quickly. Let's have a look. See, okay, we've got lobbies springing up all over the place, and maybe. Well, I might just see who just launches it first again, and then we'll see where we go from there. Because it feels like Vertex and Carver are sort of the most on the ball as a pair at the moment. And then hopefully gets into another game pretty quickly. And hopefully Unres comes back to play his match pretty quickly. I can't actually see F-Pop's game on AOE2 Rex. Oh, he's not made a lobby yet, that's why. That makes sense. I feel like it should work on Edge. I'd be very surprised if that the links didn't work on Edge. But anyway, it looks like Vertex and Carver into their second game. So I will just jump us into that one. And then see if Carver puts up a little bit more of a fight in this one. If not, we can always just jump to another game later. So let's get to the capture age view. So we have the Shang being picked for Vertex now, and Carver just moving down his tier list onto the Latvia as his second civ. And this time we do actually have Continental instead of a Continental look-alike. Vertex going for the sort of quite traditional storage pit start. I think this is old DE habits kicking in, because you can just build a dock for 20 wood cheaper and collect these. Maybe he thinks that you just can push the deer to the storage pit as well, but I think more likely a storage pit just goes down here on the wood to gather this. So this is actually, if the storage pit isn't next to wood, it should be a dock in RTR, because villagers can gather fish and bring it to a dock. Meanwhile, Carver has just gone for the more traditional granary approach, and he's just pushing his gazelle in for the time being. House goes down. Hopefully he's not housed. He's not housed. That's nice to see. And storage pit goes down over here. So again, with this being the wood line here, this should have 100% been a dock. Again, I guess he could use the gazelle still, so maybe it is worth it in the long run. We'll see. But let's see. So yeah, Latvia versus Shang feels like it's, even though RTR isn't that old in the grand scheme of things, of Age of Empires as a whole, this feels like it's starting to become a classic matchup. The two big, powerful early eco civs. Obviously, Shang bonus lasts way into the game, but the faster military production for the Latviat makes them a very fierce force in the Tool Age especially. As we just work our way slowly into the game. A little bit of idle time from Vertex. He might get housed here as well. I don't see him building a house anywhere. Oh no, he has. Okay, must have missed that wherever it was. Okay, we got a villager at the front. That's where the house went out. So again, Vertex going for another forward. And he has the artifact covering what could be potentially like the second spawn over here. But I think he's more or less in the right direction with... I was saying that. Ooh, got a villager here from Carver. So we're going to butt heads. As Vertex does actually choose the wrong direction now. Well, he should narrow it down to pretty much... Ooh, and they miss each other. It do be like that sometimes. But Carver going out in a rather... I guess maybe just trying to avoid getting spotted. But he's like very wide over to the edge of the map there. It's very unlikely your opponent would be like here. Possibly he could be like here. Would be my thinking. Or potentially here. But he is actually going to be more or less exactly opposite. And Tool Age actually comes in slightly faster for Carver here. It's like sometimes that storage pit can give you that little bit of delayed early food, which sometimes causes some idle time. And both are on 20 vils. This villager does spot the houses. I don't know if I don't think the house did spot the villager though. How greedy? I mean, this is just getting spotted now. So Vertex is kind of giving the game away. Carver hopefully spots this. Looks like he's focusing on his own forward at the time being. Carver. I mean, it looks like he's using this villager attack, but you might as well... Okay. But second villager is coming forward for a barracks. But this barracks paint from Carver is in a very nice place. Tool Age first. Club is already coming out. Would it be nice already to have a couple of clubbers already? Storage pit techs could quite easily be added in here as well. So hopefully Carver clicks those. A couple of clubbers coming now. AXA... Interesting. Okay, there we go. Whoa, there we go. A little bit of a misclick. Had the archer armor coming in very briefly there. Archery range forward as well. And we're just going on a villager hunt here, but as we know, there's already another villager forward. And it looks like we're just into a double forward game where Carver has the slight edge. Oh, can he deny this archery range? That would be pretty big. No, he's not going to have enough time. Clubber upgrades aren't in yet, so Carver could just take this villager clubber down, sorry. But it looks like he's not paying attention here. One villager does go down the front. In fact, two villagers have gone down. I don't know exactly where the other one was. But I think, yep, a few are going to go out and return because Carver doesn't seem to be paying attention on his foragers here. Bow already out, and I think... I don't know. This looks like both players are going to be down to pretty low pop pretty quickly. Guess it might be a bit worse for Carver because he's just got less food in the bank. He's got a lot more wood, which isn't as immediately helpful. This bowman is going to be very annoying. Couple of bows now. Does he have... Does Carver... He's only got a single bow on the front, which is actually coming back. This is just the problem of forwards, is if you just... I mean, like I said, Carver did get his in earlier, but it does just leave you completely exposed at home, and looks like Carver's not able to pay attention to all the places he needs to at once, and that's just going to be GG. I don't know what that... Yeah, it's pretty quick 2-0 for Vertex, that. And, I mean, yeah, like I said, Carver did get quite a nice tool time there. And he did get a couple of kills in, but it's just a little bit slow reacting to that villager coming in, which was like, I guess that wasn't the end of the world. It did kill it over here eventually. But then I guess maybe he just assumed that because he killed that one villager that the forward had been snuffed out. But Vertex just yet a little bit more decisive with his attack there. So yeah, fairly quick 2-0 for Vertex there. And he will advance on to essentially the winner's game in the third round, putting himself in a very nice position. And now I will try and jump in and find us a different game to watch for the time being. And so I'll just take us back to this screen, and we do have Bongo versus Jesse going on at the moment. And I'm just going to restart Capture Age real quick, which I think this is still game 1 of their series, because they started a little bit late. But I will get us into that as quick as I can for you guys. Okie dokie. So we see Romans from Jesse, and the map is Mediterranean. And the Greeks again from Bongo. I don't think I really like this Greeks pick, personally. There's some maps where you're going to be able to get to the Bronze Age, where the Greeks really start to shine. Mediterranean maybe is a map you're more likely to be able to get to that Bronze Age, as gives a double artifact there. Forward Villager comes out. But like, I feel like if you're going to go for this forward play, why pick Greeks is my question. Stable goes down though. And this looks like I'm going to slow the game down already as the scout already comes out. Clubbers were forward for Jesse, so both players going forward again. And this scout's already going to get... I'm going to slow it down actually, because I've got a feeling this game might be a pretty quick one. Scouts already in on the wood line, and they have all the upgrades in as well. And this is just going to be an absolute killing field. Just one scout ship isn't going to do enough it. And yeah, takeaway, Bongo already fully walled, so the clubbers aren't really going to do anything. You can just build... he's got plenty of wood in bank as well, and archery range at home if he wanted to. And why did Bongo back off there? He's a little bit scared of just a singular scout ship, which I think... okay. So I'm going to speed this up again, because for some reason Bongo decided to not kill Jesse on the spot, and now isn't going to be able to go in because of the tower. I think he got a little bit over scared from just one scout ship there. And the scouts themselves have 60 HP and 1 pierce armor. So a scout ship takes 15 shots to take one down. So axes are pounding away at the TC. Archer range did finally come up at the back hit, which should see away this attack once like 2 or 3 bows are out. And I feel like Bongo could have just won the game on the spot there, but yeah, like got spooked by one scout ship, which again, like I don't think he really needs to worry about that. It's just a singular bowman out still for Bongo. He does have a couple of slingers, which does make this a little bit awkward, but they don't have the stone mining upgrade in. And so the bowman is just going to be able to range over this. I don't exactly know why he's jumping in and out of the TC. Like the 2 slingers aren't really going to do much to the villagers. You can just repair the TC. I guess maybe some... Okay, Jesse is focusing down the villagers, to be fair. These scouts taking it out a few of Jesse's houses here. Jesse could be adding in a few fishing ships, but does not seem to be doing so. I guess he's just focusing on the front here for the time being. Scout ship's just kind of just chilling. I'll make a move now. Scouts in his base. Again though, he's got plenty of wood in the bank and could quite easily add in... he's housed is the problem actually. And does have a village down here that could just be spamming out houses. So yeah, maybe just a little bit sloppy again from Jesse. As the town centre does go down. And Bongo does have enough wood to rebuild the TC, so I don't know why he's gone for storage pit granary. One of those could have just been the TC, like that probably could have been a reasonably nice TC there, although the ruins is quite close. Maybe you can could have squeezed in a farm if the TC was one block over. But to reassess the situation, 19 villagers to 19. Military numbers still in Jesse's favour. There's a lot of idle villagers for Jesse at the moment, though. Not exactly sure. Okay, those get sorted out. And the Roman, the eco, should be much stronger, putting them in a much stronger position, I mean to say, than the Greeks in this current position. Again, I'm not really sure why the Greeks picked twice from Bongo. He played it again in the last series against Carver. Scout ships are in for Bongo now, though, and he's going to get quite a few nice kills here. The scout ships... Jesse has scout ships on the water, but they're just out of position here. A lot of villagers go down, and I think the scouts are now going to have the feast that they probably should have done about 10 minutes ago. Well, maybe about 7 minutes ago of in-game time. Axe is still being a nuisance in Bongo's base, but I think this is already going to be lights out for Jesse in game 1 of his series. The scouts can just sit on this TC forever. Don't really know why he's running off for the scouts. There we go. Keep just Bongo. Oi! What you can do is just like leave the scouts here on attack stance, and they'll automatically attack the TC. And if the villagers ever come out, they'll like prioritize the villagers, and then you don't even need to pay attention to it. Whereas this actually allows just a chance to try and sneak out here, but like I said, I think this is probably already over. Slingers do find Bongo's base. I don't think stone mining is in though, so like Bongo could just bone down these slingers here. Wouldn't be a huge issue, and he's going to go and try and do that. And so yes, it's going to be absolutely no issue for Bongo here. Jesse's going to lose one of his docks. Oh no, that's Jesse killing one of Bongo's docks actually, but ships are coming in. Actually more HP for Jesse, but I don't think he's going to be paying attention, so yeah, he's just going to lose. And another couple of ships come out from Bongo. It's going to be very one-sided in his favour there. 9-10 vills left. And again, I mean, both players went for the forward play, and it worked out in Bongo's favour much more here, you have to say. Interesting that so many players are just going for the forwards, though. Jesse, I believe. I think he's struggling in this one, Vertex. I think he's struggling. It's just down to 10. Eco. GG gets cold. And yeah, I don't know. I kind of get it, because like Medi, if it gets to like the Bronze Age, it can become a bit like stalemate if both players get wars up, and it just becomes a war on the water. But for Jesse, I feel like Jesse with the Romans should have been in the driving seat until most of the way into the early Bronze Age with the wood bonus. Maybe Jesse just feared the Bronze Age of the Greeks on the land and just didn't want the game to go that far, so that's why he went for the forward. Again, if Bongo's going for this forward priest, I don't really understand why the Greek pick. Like, basically, almost any other civ would be better at doing this than the Greeks are. Like Yamato or something, and Yamato I think are just a more solid hybrid map civ in general. But anyway, 1-0 to Bongo, and we'll hopefully they get into the second game pretty quickly, otherwise we can skip on to another series for the time being. I'll have a look, see if there's any games in progress. We do have FPOP against Nightmare. They are already 8 minutes in though, and Bongo and Jesse are already in the lobby again, so I'll just wait for Bongo and Jesse's game, just so that we're not like just watching a fast forward clip for a few minutes for the other game. And yeah, we'll just look. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just wait for Bongo to rejoin the lobby. Uh, let me just double check. Okay, there we go. No, okay, I keep getting confused. there's like a second someone random people were playing some Empires War game, and that just popped up, and I thought that was the game going, and it threw me off. Okay, Bongo's in the lobby now, so we should get into the next game pretty quickly. And I personally want to see a bit less of the all-in forwards myself, as I'd like to see a couple of. They don't have to be as long as the game between Jesse and Vertex was in the first round, but I wouldn't mind a sort of medium-sized game. I'd take one of those. Okay, it seems like they're taking. Maybe I should have gone for F-Pop and Nightmare's game because it's taking Jesse and Bongo a little longer than I thought to get that second game launched. But I've stuck to it now, so we'll stick to my guns. And maybe we'll have a quick check, see if any other results are in. I don't think they will be. Hopefully Unrestricted comes soon. Yeah, it's just the Vertex Carver series that's just finished. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know where Unrestricted's gone exactly. Okay, cool. They've started the game now, so we can worry about the other games later. As we get ourselves into the second game of the best of three between Jesse and Bongo here. And we do get a Continental map on this one here. And Bongo's gone for the Shang this time, and Jesse the Phoenicians. I think these would be both quite good civs for this tournament setting, so I don't mind either of these here. I much prefer these both to the Greek at the very least. And Bongo just going for his granary. In fact, Jesse has as well. Jesse's sort of trying to scout his shoreline now, maybe looking for a good dock spot. And he has his second berries there, actually, which didn't quite spot like that, but that'd be quite nice for him. Quite a closed map for Bongo here. He's got the wood lines either side. I guess slightly open mouthed, but you could quite easily wall either side here, and then it's just this section in between that you've got to worry about. Gazelle scatter to the four winds, and this is something I personally hate doing in Age of Empires 1 without having the scout that you start with in Age of Empires 2 to push there. But Bongo's going to do probably a pretty nice job of pushing those in, I imagine. Just a little house going up here. And yeah, it's like... So yeah, for Bongo, it's only really this front area he has to worry about, as it'd be quite... You wouldn't expect Jesse to ever go through these like side bits to try and get in, especially if Bongo had a couple of scout ships. That'd make pretty easy pickings for those. Storage pit goes down on the wood, and do we see an early storage pit here just to grab these box turtles as well? Look at those guys chilling around. Look at them go. It's kind of weird how, like, from this range they look like they are turtles, and when the closer you get, they just turn into blobs. Pixels, man, that's crazy. I thought that was a forward villager then, and I was like, wait, no, it's not. Both sort of the bluish colour. Just having a little scout for Jesse here. Does find his gazelle. Elephant's a little bit out of the way. This other one's forward over there. Where did that villager from Bongo go then? Because he did have the villager that built this house, and that was why I thought maybe there was a forward. I guess he just ran it back, and whilst I wasn't looking. And quite a nice dock goes up for Jesse here, with quite a few close shorefish, as well as your... That's not a tuna, that's the Inca unique unit, the Kamayuk. from AOE2, but we won't worry about that. Granary goes. It's interesting he's put it on like the outer side. Makes it potential. Actually, no, because then the berries are on the inside, so we could war here. So then the berries on the inside. So no, that doesn't make sense. I'll take that all back. And potentially a forward villager from Bongo here. See what's up. Tool H is in from Bongo, and only 15 seconds idle TC time as the Shank, as he negotiates the Gazelle Slalom course. Jesse again, though, I think he's quite consistently in most of his game being the first to get the dock up and start getting the water official eco going, but this means that he is going to be a long way from the tool age for quite some time. Barracks basically right on the face of Jesse here, and this could potentially be another quick 2-0 series, as Bongo knows he's in the right place. Now villager will get spotted. I don't really know why Bongo's given the game away, excuse me, as Jesse should react with a barracks of his own. He should react with a barracks of his own. The second barracks goes up, and Jesse is just kind of looking at it for the time being. Phil's make a run for it as Jesse potentially tries to maybe wall his villagers in here. Maybe if he can dock here. He doesn't have the wood to do that though. And Jesse just has clicked up. I mean, nearly 2 minutes idle time though. Armor upgrade is already in for the clubbers. I mean, the villagers probably going to lose quite a few here, even if he does take out the clubber. There's 2 vills down already. Tool working is in as well now. And I think this is, one of those old Continental games where people want to play for the water. And then, like, as I've said many times, I think Continental, the land, is the most important thing. I feel like you need to get yourself a bit. I think I prefer Bongo's approach if you get yourself set up on the land, and then you can think about adding in the fishing economy afterwards. And it's like Jesse's plays left him completely open. He does get the dock block now, so his 18 villagers here are going to be safe, and he does have fish eco. But now it's just a question of whether or not he can keep the axes at bay, or yeah, he's got dock block on both sides actually, which is quite nice. This house here is a potential weak point though. Small wall comes in behind, so maybe just walls up behind this. A couple of idle vills. Do we see any bows come in? Not yet, because he went double barracks. And we've just got the one vill boning down the TC. 1 damage at a time. It's going to be 600 big hits of the bone onto the TC there. Axa getting in big fishing boat kills here. Oh dear me. And that's like quite a lot of Jesse's, well, that is all of Jesse's food eco at the moment, so that's actually pretty important. As much as I laugh, maybe we should weep. Barracks only just coming up now. And yeah, this is looking like, I mean, I don't think the game will be over really quickly, but I think for all intents and purposes, the game more or less is done. I think Jesse will play on for a little bit. Like, he has the 4 scout ships now. You can, like I said, he can hold this for a while, but 7 fills ahead already for Bongo. Jesse effectively has the same eco with the addition of the fishing ships, but the Shang bonus, and Bongo can build a dock and go onto the water basically whenever he wants now. It looks, oh no, he has already built a dock here. I beg everyone's pardon. Bronze Age. How has Jesse got the Bronze Age click there? Maybe it's not. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Maybe it's not all over yet. I didn't actually look at Jesse's resources there. Like I said, he had all this eco just still working. Did quite a nice job of getting that hidden away. And he does a smart job of just sending the one. Maybe two would have been better, because that scout ship probably could have picked off a few fishing ships if Bongo wanted to commit the APM to it. But yeah, like, because Bongo's only on the one dock, he's not. Okay, he's actually built a couple more now. Has the two on the side. Here we go. In fact, I saw these earlier. I don't know how I completely forgot about those. That granary is going to go down pretty soon. And TC is going to go down as well, which would be pretty bad if that went down before Bronze Age came in. But I think we're all right. Yeah, we're all right. Archery range on the face, and I don't know what Jesse's really going to do here, because he doesn't actually have any space to build any buildings really. I guess maybe you could squeeze an archery range in here, research the wheel, yeah, and then it can't be building houses here, Jesse. Where's the archery range going to go? I was going to say to build some chariot archers. He's going to have to we'd have to delete the house and the wall to get his villas out here. Unrestricted is finally ready to play, it looks like in the chat there. So unfortunately I think we're going to have a few players waiting for their games, and this is going to be town centre, which makes sense, but again... Oh wait, Jesse's got archery ranges here. I'm like so out of it, right? So actually, oh wait, did he just build these? I'm losing. He must have just built these, right? Am I delusional? I'm going to rewind. These been here for ages. They have. Okay. Anyway, back to the cast. Let's pretend I'd noticed all these archery ranges there. So wheel actually comes in, and the chariot archers can come in now. But Bronze Age is clicked for Bongo. 37 villagers to 20. And you've got to imagine at this point... I mean... I don't know. Well, yeah, he's fully walled. I was going to say, if Jesse can do some damage, but I think the walls are going to prevent. Saying that, only a house here. Jesse could potentially make a bit of a comeback. I did say the game was basically over about 5 minutes ago. And I kind of still think that might be true, as Bronze Age is pretty close now for Bongo. He also has plenty of scout ships in defence here. And could pick a villager here. Doesn't quite see that. And I think, yeah, Bongo's just going to be able to clear this up. Villager might go down. Nah, doesn't have the angle. But chariot archers are building up. Just he built that house and then had to delete it to let his boys out. But Bronze Age is in now. I think the only way this game... Oh, Jesse, you need to go forward. The only way this game equalises is if Jesse finds this house and works his way in and gets a lot of eco kills, but he's getting a bit distracted by houses. And this is giving Bongo the time he needs to get his own wheel and his own chariots in. He's got War Galley in as well now. In fact, Jesse does have reasonable force on the water, although it's a little bit scattered around. Scout ships coming in here, though. Means Jesse is going to lose a lot of his fishing eco really quickly. And, okay, Bongo is wise to it. And I think... As mad as it might sound, I think that one wall there basically seals the game for Bongo. As I feel like that was the only way Jesse was going to make much of a comeback here. As the war galleys, they're going to be able to take this dock out, but they're not going to be able to really range You can maybe range a bit this wood line here, but then Bongo can just shift that quite easily, maybe even like over here. And fishing ships are all getting plundered. They're forced to run away. Excuse me, a little bit of battle on the sea here. And the house does now go down. But like I said, that one wall prevents any damage really happening to Bongo. 37 Vils, 27. Again, Jesse does have that fish eco, so the Vil count looks, because their fishing ships get counted in that. So it looks more even than it is, especially because all these ships are on the run. Jesse doesn't have any. I mean, this fishing ship is working. I do like my air quotes, although it's now going to get clapped out by the war galley. And again, like I said, it was going to be Jesse was going to be able to live for a while. He wasn't in any immediate danger, but Bongo's just been in a much better position for the last about 15 minutes of game time. Loot ban on cod fishing. And yeah, so the chariot archers are being a bit of a nuisance, but like I said, I don't think they're going to be able to do anywhere near enough damage. And Bongo can just like move further into the map and just start like building extra TCs as soon as he gets a bit more land military units. I don't exactly know why he's not tried to get some. It just looks like he's just going for the fish eco at the moment, but he could easily just put down an archery range or two. This is a little bit clumsy. Archery range or two and start building his own chariot archers. As yet, only 2 fishing ships left now for Jesse. Trying to squeeze some farms here on his TC. And it looks like he has sort of reclaimed control of his sea borders, but 11 war galleys are out on the field for... there we go, a little bit of a fight here for Bongo. I was just going to say that. Most of them are over here. Jesse could win this engage here though, as he has the numbers advantage. And so yeah, a small victory for Jesse here. Axe is actually going to get some nice damage on the chariots. I've looked into this. The axe damage against cavalry actually doesn't work against chariot archers, because they actually resist the bonus damage of the axes, which I thought was interesting. Don't really know why they've done that. Maybe they just don't want axes to be able to actually deal with chariot archers. And again, these chariot archers are just more being annoying than doing anything really of much use, as a few villagers get sniped on the shoreline there. And I think, for me, as I said a while back, Jesse's probably doomed in this game. It's probably only a matter of time before he does tap out. I think, again, that he might just keep playing on for the time being until it's like over. But yeah, chariot archers coming in now as well from Bongo, and I think as soon as like the next couple of waves of those come forward, that'll be the game done. Jesse sort of beats back the ships on the water for one more time. Again, defender's advantage means it usually is quite easy to defend on the water unless you're just massively outnumbered. Yeah, Jesse actually might be able to get some decent damage in here, but when you have the fishing ship upgrade with a much greater speed, it's a lot more difficult to snipe those. Jesse does have 9 chariot archers of his own, but again, I mean, Bongo's sat on nearly 2k food. It's just taking him a little bit of a while to get himself set up, and he's going to take out that chariot archer there. And again, it's, like I said, I think once a couple of waves of chariot archers come forward, I feel like that's probably when Jesse taps out. Because I feel like he only holds for the short term. Yeah, I've seen a few pretty weird eco balance games. Like I said, in Jesse's first game against Vertex, when they were on Ocean Ring, Jesse was sat on like nearly 5k gold at one point, and just didn't use it. I think he finished the game on 3k, and I think he probably should have won that game. I mean, Jesse, like I said, he's doing okay given his position, but I feel like it's only really matter. I feel like the fact that Bongo's just like completely mismanaging his economy is the thing here. But like TCs are going to go up, and then he's just going to be able to spam villagers for days. Like he could just sell food and probably just buy his way up to the trade his way up to the Iron Age here. Just needs one more building from the Bronze Age. And, so interestingly, it doesn't look like 15 chariot archers, but they're slightly stacked on top of each other there as they spread out. So we now have 18 to the 14. So Jesse does still have the edge for the chariot archer count, but the production just much stronger for Bongo at this point. And Bongo just goes straight forward as he has his walls, although he has opened himself up here. Jesse not quite managing to get his own wall up in time. And if Jesse can get some good damage done here, then maybe he comes back from the hell. Bongo losing a few units slightly sloppily here. I think I would have preferred these chariots just to have come back home for Bongo here. Like, Bongo's in the position where he doesn't need to get any damage in. He's so, like, he can just sit back and build up, and he's just thrown away a lot of his advantage here again. These two TCs basically completely idled. And Bongo's done probably the one play he could have done to let Jesse back in the game here. And yeah, Jesse, he's going to have to get a lot of eco kills here. But he's got 18 now. And I think... do we even play it? Nobility is coming in for takeaway Bongo now. I don't think, yeah, Nobility isn't in for Jesse. And just trying to do a little bit of micro here. Damage is pretty even. But yeah, okay, that's going to get swept up now. And okay, Bongo looks like he just decimated everything around here when I wasn't paying attention. And now this might finally be the GG call. Like I said, this game feels like it's been kind of over for a while now. Bongo decided to try and give Jesse half a chance there, but still has double, well, more than double with the addition of the fishing ships. The eco count. And yeah, Bongo gets those, should get these TCs pumping wheels again, because he's just got 2k food in hand. And GG is called, there we go. I feel like I was kind of just padding out for a while at the end there. I feel like Bongo kind of, I don't really know what he was doing with his economy here. Like, I guess he was setting himself up to make more villagers, but never really did it. And then, but yeah, he was just in way too advantageous of a position ever since the start of the game. Yeah, like 6k resources ahead. And 2-0 to take away Bongo. So I will get us into another game as quickly as possible, because I think there are some other matches still happening. And I will restart Capture Age for the millionth time because of the sound bug. So let's have a look. What other games do we have going? We have a game between Unrestricted and Magma going on at the moment. So we're already 9 minutes in, but I'll try and catch us back up. And I think this is the first game between these two players. As Unrestricted decided he needed to go AFK for whatever reason. Oops, I didn't mean to pause the game there. Let me do this again. There we go. So we have both players on the Shank for the first map here, and it is Coastal. And we have the unrestricted side has the weird thing where it's like the land goes to the edge of the map. As he grabs an elephant, goes for a long walk around the side here. Quite a bottleneck in the centre of the map as well here, which if things don't get decided in the early game could cause a bit of a stalemate in the Bronze Age potentially. Looks like Magma got slightly faster uptime. He went 18 villagers. And neither player going forward. I'll just slow the game down a bit here. And clubbers from Unrestricted do go out exploring now. Looks like Magma actually went for some cavalry, scout cavalry. Or just scouts, whatever you want to call. Yeah, just scouts. I've got myself confused there. But Unrestricted is actually open there. I was going to say it's mostly walled up, but there is actually a hole here. It looks like Unrestricted doesn't notice this. And Scout just has tool working in, so if he micros the Vil back, yeah, he noticed. He does lose the one Vil, but because the armor isn't in, that Scout should get dealt with. A little bit of a sloppy mistake there by Unrestricted though. And both players are basically fully walled now. And a lot of idle time from Magma there. I don't exactly know what happened. I guess maybe that was just when he was trying to go up to the tool edge. I didn't notice exactly, but 2 minutes of idle TC time as the Shang. He's got plenty of food to keep queuing Vils, so maybe just a little bit of mismanagement. I'll try and speed us up again a bit here, just try to get us back to lives. Another Scout got, oh no, that's still that original Scout. And it's on 3 HP, being very annoying. And he's going to pick on, okay, no, just managed to pick it off now. And like I said, I'll try and get us back up to live as quickly as possible, as I think this is going to turn into a long game. Bronze Age does come in for Unrestricted. Clubbers are just going to take down that one house. There we go. So let me just slow down here again a bit, as players do go for the water. Unrestricted has docked either side. That does... okay, Magma does know that there is like the land mass in between there. War Galley already coming in for Unrestricted. Likewise, War Galley wheel for Magma. War Galley comes forward and gets sunk pretty quickly. And we'll see a bit of forward here. Siege Workshop and Cavalry out. So Unrestricted shifting onto the land. It's interesting that Unrestricted went for the War Galley upgrade when he only had a couple of scout ships. Maybe he's just trying to like throw Magma a bit here as Artisan ship comes in for him. I don't think Artisan ship came in for Unrestricted. No, it didn't. The ship is going to get spotted here. This doesn't feel like 4 times speed. So... oh, maybe we're live. Maybe that's why. Okay, we are live. There we go. That's why. This doesn't feel like 4 times speed. It's because it isn't. Nobility and metalworking coming in pretty early. I normally see people wait a while to get nobility. I think people should get this a lot earlier than I see a lot of people doing. So I like this from Unrestricted. It's just a pretty strong upgrade. Just an extra, I think it's 15% health. So 15%, 150 is about 22.5. So I think it's rounded down. So 172, I imagine. Oh, it gets rounded up. Interesting. 173. And the armor coming in as well. First stone thrower is going to come out. Unrestricted is already on, is that 5 TCs I see here? 4 TCs, and the 5th one just being built here. And Magma only on the 3 for the time being. Has a singular camel being created in queue. One clubber still just sort of doing work. That's kind of funny to see the 3+4 there. No armor in for him either. Chariot archers being added as well for Unrestricted. A little bit better at just harassing the villagers is the chariot archer, unless he's only made 1, curiously. You have to actually delete something to get that chariot archer. Oh no, that's a gate here. But yep, stone thrower. Okay, he's just putting it inside for now, so he's just building up behind this. Doesn't feel like he's in any rush. Villager count 61 to 51. Magma has a lot more eco on the water though. In fact, I completely missed this here. War galleys are gonna kill off all of Unrestricted's fish eco here. So that effectively puts Magma ahead on eco count. But now the push comes forward. Stone Thrower's probably going to get some nice hits in against this. Ooh, 4 villagers go splat. And there's only 2 cavalry and a camel to push back these 6 cavalry. Can he snipe a couple of Stone Throwers? That'd be pretty nice. Well, that said, the cavalry's are already in. And I think as long as one of these Stone Throwers stays alive, Unrestricted's chilling. Watch the cavalry go to work. Magma's eco having to run for it. TC was trying to be built up here. Yes, Magma deletes that wall, makes a run for it. A lot of eco kills already and a lot of idle economy for Magma, even though, like I said, the fishing economy did go down. Restricted just expanding forward into the map. Still 3 Stone Throwers. There's 1 villager just chilling out. There we go. Ooh, watch out, chariot. Okay, we're right. Urbanization coming in for Unrestricted to double that house capacity. And also watchtower. So maybe some just 4 towers go down to just really secure control of the land here. So it's, the 12 war galleys on the water are now effectively useless because they don't have the range really. Actually, I think he could sit here and be annoying in the wood line, but Unrestricted could just move that. And the cavalry spot out the fleeing villagers. The TC does go up, so a few of them have managed to survive in the top here. Magma is still pumping from 6 TCs as well, but you've got to think with the cavalry sat in the base here, a lot of those are just going to get killed more or less instantly. And yeah, only a single camel left. That's the land. And I think Magma may possibly call the GG fairly shortly. Might be able to bone down this villager here. Oh no, just going to try and... There we go, it's going to be a little bit late now. Couldn't make up his mind there. Oh! Villager, okay. Yeah, if Unrestricted pays attention, he can finish this watchtower, but he's probably not paying attention here. We'll just play Ring of Rosie. Oh, there we go. Little quick walls, very nice. By Unrestricted, their tower will go up now as a sentry tower does come in. And I'm a little bit surprised Magma hasn't tapped out here. I guess he's got like a pretty strong fishing economy still going. Although that said, the journey time looks like it's pretty long for those fishing ships already. A lot of those fishing ships, yeah. No, those ones are pretty nice actually. But yeah, just leaning that on that for the time being. But restricted up to 95 actual villagers, basically double the eco, including the fishing ships. And yeah, it looks like Unrestricted's found the town centre up here as well. It's just a small pocket here. A couple of villagers. This man's carrying in his fish. Off he goes. With fish gaming. Oh, we've stopped. Where are we going? Anyway. And okay, still trying to sort of get the camel riders going. Let's get the upgrades in. So Magma's not giving up without a fight. But he's now housed quite massively here. I think this is going to be very difficult for him to really do anything, especially with the number of stone throwers Unrestricted has out. Unrestricted at this point could probably think about starting to save up the food to go to Iron Age. And yeah, just forward villagers just trying to build some houses just to try it, and then pop cap himself. These cavalry are just going to take out all the houses though. They're going to clear up the stable, which means those 2 scouts get denied, camels get denied. Is that war galley going to get taken out by cavalry here? It's a close run thing. I think the cavalry has it though. Boom. And I feel like GG probably needs to be called now. I mean, Magma's sat on quite a few resources, but like he has no eco after that and no military behind it, other than like his war galleys, which I don't really know why he's trying to make more war galleys. Restricted adding some hoplites. I'm not 100% sure why we need hoplites, but we have them. I guess maybe he saw the camels and just thought, just in case he did manage to get the numbers up. But yeah, Unrestricted just claiming control of the map with the sentry towers now. And I feel like Magma probably should just tap out here. We've got like another round to play as well. So hopefully he doesn't drag this out unnecessarily long for the other players. But we'll... looks like he is still just trying to hold on for the time being. Hopefully just go for a run again. But yeah, I think we can all agree for all intents and purposes this game is decided in Unrestricted's favour. So yeah, again, I'm not 100% sure why Magma's really playing on at this point. But we'll have a look. Are there any, I think this is the last series to be played, right? Let me just double check. Yeah, all the other series have been decided, so we're just waiting on this game now. So Iron Age is coming in from Unrestricted. And maybe Magma finally calls GG after that one. Like, I guess, arguably, it was Unrestricted's fault for sort of not being ready to play this game that we're going to have to wait a little bit, but I don't think Magma needs to drag this out, but maybe Magma just wants to play to the very end. Yeah, the villagers almost with nowhere left to really hide with the amount of towers Unrestricted has out on the map. How many does he have? He has 19 at the moment. Iron Age comes in. Will that be Magma tapping out? We'll see. Doesn't look so for the time being. And we could potentially have 2 more games after this, so I think, not to be harsh for Magma, but I think we might have to ask them to resign a bit earlier than this, because this is like a little bit pushing it in my opinion, but it is what it is. Magma is, I guess, we didn't like ask them to play quick. He still can win. I like to think you're probably joking there. What is this disrespect? That's what I'm saying, Bomber. Yeah, I feel like this is like a little bit... I don't know if this is Magma just being like a little bit cheeky just because, like I said, he was having to wait for Unrestricted to play the game in the first place. Because Unrestricted just like went AFK for a little while. Be a cataphract in, and yeah, Magma finally taps out. And 1-0 to Unrestricted. And we'll get us into game 2 pretty shortly. As like I said, all the other series have been decided now. And so I will take us... Well, first of all, I'll restart Capture Age, as is tradition. And then I will take us to the current results we have. So it looks like it was all 2-0s in this second round. Nightmare getting 2-0 against F-Pop. And we saw Bongo 2-0 against... Oh no, we didn't. We saw 2-0 Vertex against Carver. And it was Bongo. Oh no, we did see Bongo against... Did we see Bongo against Jesse? Am I going mad? I feel like we did. I think we did. Anyway, either 2-0 so far, and it's currently 1-0 to Unrestricted. So he's currently put himself in a pretty good spot to effectively play for the first place match, which will sort of be against Vertex, the winner of the winners, as we hopefully pretty get ourselves into the next lobby. Of course, Magma could make a comeback here, and we will see. Dum 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 dum. Let's have a look. I'm just checking the Discord just to make sure I'm not missing out on anything. And yeah, they're both in the lobby. I'm just going to take a quick swig of my drink. And so, the last game of the second round. Well, potentially the last game of the second round. We could still have 2 left. Like I said, and off we go as they launch the game. And it's going to be coastal this time. And interestingly, Magma's gone for the Assyrians here, which I personally think that's not a great idea. Out of all the civs you could pick for hybrid maps and you picked Assyrians, that seems like absolute madness to me. I'm restricted just sticking with the Shanglak Fiat for the time being, which I think is completely fine. Like I said, I feel like the other civs, probably Phoenicians, Yamato, maybe the Carthaginians as well, just because those starting resources mean you can normally get like a dock down a little bit earlier. But Assyrians strike me as not a very strong hybrid map civ, so I'm not really sure about that choice personally. The Assyrians, in my opinion, they're just almost basically completely generic until the Bronze Age. They're 2 bonuses of the slightly faster villagers, and the slightly faster attacking bows I feel like just don't really do enough. They're good for like a bit of early exploration in the very early game for the villagers, but like the actual eco bonus you get from that is like extremely minimal. It's probably like about 1% extra gathering bonus in practice, something like that. Just because, like you see, like in this situation here, a 10% faster movement between there and there is not going to net you basically anything. But yeah, Unrestricted on, in my opinion, the much stronger Lakviat. Does go for the granary start on this coastal map here. And this time we do have the complete water all the way around. We're not stuck to the map edge of the map anywhere. Unrestricted just having a scout of his water line. There's quite a nice bunch of box turtles in this area here. And Magma just going for a little walk around with his villager just to spy what's going on. As we get ourselves away. Like, again, hopefully Magma or either of the players doesn't hold on to a losing game as long as last time, because if this does go all 3 games, the other players are going to have to be sitting around for quite a while. I did have a new follower from Rikamaru. Thank you if you're still in the chat for following. I'm not very good at keeping track of those because I get like 1 follower. I get like maybe 1 new follower a stream, and then I put like stream for 3 hours and I've never noticed it. Unrest nicer base. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think I do agree with you that Magma's quite a lot more open here, whereas Unrestricted, like he's got the gold as part of his wall here, so he could just like wall from here to here or from there to there, depending on how he wants to do it. And then yeah, there's that cliff there as well, so he's got a lot of like help from the map generation there. So if he finds those elephants there, that'd be quite nice for him. Villager out and about for the time being. Let's have a look. Only 2 seconds idle time from Magma, so they're both doing pretty nicely as far as that goes. And we'll see if anyone does go for any forward shenanigans or if it does turn into more of a Bronze Age game again. Because they'll sort of Now it's kind of weird. It like went for a run for it and then just stopped there, even though it was right next to a villager. Oh, oh my! They very narrowly miss each other, but the crocodile doesn't miss Magma. Is getting involved, but Magma might drop out the line of sight, and he does so. Crocodile gives up his search. Oh, it's just a house there. So both players are going to go forward. Although saying that, Unrestricted a little bit slower to the punch. Looks like Magma's stopping on 18 Vils again. And he's already waited long enough for 20 Vils. Interesting that Unrestricted is so far off the 500. And it looks like he tried to force drop off there. Yeah, there you go. He did have the 500. That can always be awkward when you try to force drop off and you like end up on 494 and you're like, oh crap. I've just idled my like half my eco for no reason. But they click up basically at the same time. It's actually slightly farther ahead for Unrestricted. So waiting, trying to wait on 18 Vils probably isn't going to work out too much for Magma here. Obviously, you do save in the short term the 100 food that you spend on the villagers, but obviously the 2 extra villagers for Unrestricted will be working and to make up that difference from now until the end of the game, or until they die, one or the other. But forward barracks from both players. Clubbers are going to come out more or less at the same time. But again, Unrestricted is going to be slightly earlier to the tool age, and it's actually, I was thinking whether or not Magma was going to send that guy. In fact, does you know that Unrestricted? Oh, he does now because he's seen the villagers. He's got the villager in there. What I have seen some people do is they send the clubbers in before the upgrades are in, and as I say that, Magma sends them in before the upgrades are in. Which does mean that Unrestricted can just pull these villagers and just bone down the clubbers, although he probably is going to lose this villager at least. Clubbers are in on this side, but I'm going to have a look here for the time being as the upgrade's coming in. Interestingly, Unrestricted didn't go for the armor upgrade first, which I think personally is a mistake, just because it gives the villagers a chance to fight back against those clubbers early on. And Unrestricted doesn't actually have the food for the armor tech now. Though it looks like Magma's on full defense mode. And armor is in. And so he does manage to take out one villager, but the rest of the upgrades being a little bit slow to come in there. Only a single axer out for Magma now. Watchtower's being researched to try and get the defense here. Bowman is already out. Unrestricted needs to run with these villagers here, and the bowman should be able to just clear up. Yep, and this is already looking like it's gone pretty south for Magma here, as Unrestricted has already had the chance to switch into the bowman to counter Magma, and of course the Assyrians can't build the slinger, so the bowman just going to be uncounterable for Magma, unless Magma somehow switches onto scouts, which I think is extremely unlikely at this point. And again, it's another reason why I just don't get the Assyrian pick. And yeah, bows. And it has some, yeah, Unrestricted has, oh yeah, that's just the, sorry, that's the lag for 2 armor, but that's still doing enough work for Unrestricted here. So only military unit is this singular scout ship now out on the field for Magma. He has put the archery range down now, but Unrestricted already has 4 bows of himself, and he stopped creating stuff, so he could just stop there. A lot of, where is, okay, he's just building a market. That's why I was a bit confused why the count up here didn't add up to 20. So forward tower was built, which denies the wood line there, forcing Magma back. And Doc going up forward from Unrestricted as well is going to be able to completely range this wood line. Phil's making a bit of a run for it here, but again, this is looking like a bit like the Jesse game earlier, where Bongo just got advantage early on. It's like yeah, maybe Magma holds this for a little while, but it's Unrestricted just going to be in the driving seat from now on. And if Unrestricted does get the wood for just like a couple of scout ships here, that could end the game even quicker. Magma does find some forward berries, at least for the time being. And it might actually be worth Unrestricted trying to deal with the forward behind him here. As that could, I mean, at least, I would at least wall this off, personally. He doesn't actually have any wood because he's built that forward, stone, sorry, because he built that forward tower, of course. But he could just gather a little bit. Because Magma is actually building up a small amount of military, although now he's actually housed again. And I don't see a villager building a house anywhere. Still not getting any ships out from that forward dock. So, like I said, the game may stretch on for a little while longer. And to be fair, Unrestricted's only really just started getting back onto villager production now. And now here's where I said that dealing with that forward is actually going to bite Unrestricted in the ass here. So potentially, like if this does manage to get a bit of damage in, a couple of bows are in reserve. They should be able to deal with the axes for the time being. But the addition of the bowmans may make this difficult. Where is the rest of Unrestricted's army? Did he send it forward? Yeah, they were trying to... I think... I mean, you can't range that wood line. That wood line's too thick. And I'm sure going for the bones... He's going to lose a lot of villagers here. So... Okay, Unrestricted's basically just killed himself. After all this stuff I said about Magma being completely out of the game. Like I said, he should have sealed off the back door, dealt with the forward. And now Unrestricted is dead. He's got no food left. Villagers are all on the run. One gets picked off. And yeah, that was... I don't know, man. I don't like a very, very big mistake by Unrestricted there. I guess he just thought that was all of Magma's eco here, and that he just wouldn't be able to have the food to keep production going. But yeah, 6 vills, and now basically Unrestricted. Like, oh my god, I almost feel dumb for saying it now that this game was basically wrapped up, but it just doesn't have any resources. Like, this dock goes up. And I guess he could use the villager to gather from the box turtle. But, okay, ship just passing by, no worries. But Magma ROR will obviously see that on the map now, so we can always go back there later. What a huge throw. I think this is one of the biggest throws I've probably ever seen in Age of Empires 1 gameplay. But yeah, it was just kind of weird to me, because he knew this was here. So, to me, you at least... Like I said, he didn't have the stone, but like at least, I don't know, like house wall or something. Even though like house walls don't last very long, at least it's like something to just prevent the flood of units coming in. And yeah, Magma's just been gifted this game. And Unrestricted on 3 villagers. And again, I kind of wish a little bit that the players would... There we go, GG. Because we are waiting for them to play the last round. But there we go. And yeah, that was just a huge mistake, leaving that forward up. Like I said, Unrestricted knows this is here. I think he doesn't see the archery range, but I'm pretty sure he'd already seen bowmen before this point. So he should know there's an archery range forward as well. Maybe they didn't. Let me triple check that, actually. Or maybe he didn't know the bow. Maybe they didn't know the archery was range there. It was there. Excuse me, just bubbling there. Yeah, okay. So maybe he didn't know the archery range was there. So, but still, like this by itself was a threat. Yeah. So game 3. Yeah, the forward tower. No, I get the idea of the forward tower. Because he just Unrestricted felt like he was just cornering Magma in that. Yeah, like I'll go back to this view. I get the eye. I don't mind that tower, but it was just like, it was just the fact, yeah, he just left himself completely exposed at the back here. And like I said, I think maybe he just thought Magma just wouldn't have the eco to build any more axes and stuff, but obviously that wasn't the case. Yeah, like I said, Unrestricted had it in the palm of his hand and then threw it away. So we do go to game 3. And fortunately, Unrestricted did tap out fairly quickly after he'd realised the game was up. And what am I trying to do here? I need to restart capture rate, as I always do. And looks like, okay, they are straight into the next game, so that's good. We don't have to hang around. And it's going to be Narrows for this one. And Lakviat is the choice for Magma this time, which I like a little bit more than the Assyrians as we get into this. And Phoenicians is the pick from Unrestricted. As I say, for me, quite a nice civ to pick on the hybrid maps when you're not exactly sure what map you're going to get, just because the Phoenicians are just a very nice all-round civilization. And let's have a look at the map that we get spawned into here. Okay, it's a little bit of a weird map. Okay. This feels very unbalanced as Magma has this huge landmass compared to this very small area Unrestricted is in. His berries are all going to be bunched in quite close because of that. All his resources are, in fact, because they just don't have any other place to spawn in. But yeah, this is like one of the least balanced maps I think I may have seen in my time casting Return of Rome games. That isn't just like some mega random spawn. I don't think you're adding a Rees. It might not matter. Like if both players just go forward again, then the expansion element of the game's not going to be that important. But like if Magma gets control of the water, then he's going to deny a lot of land space. Like Unrestricted is basically going to be stuck in this area here, because you will be able to range most of the island from the water. Forward villager already going out for Unrestricted though. Might get attacked by the lion there. Restricted fights back, and the gladiator wins against the lion. This is a very early villager forward to get some scouting in. You would expect the Lakviat to get the faster click time, just because of the berry bonus. The wood bonus is very nice from the very start of the game for Phoenicians, but it's more when you get to the tool age where the wood becomes a lot more important. So I think I'd prefer to see Unrestricted play a little bit more reserved in the Civ matchup, but perhaps Unrestricted just thinks he is the stronger player of the two and just continues to go for the aggression. Little bit of idle time from Unrestricted, about half a villager, and that's going to creep up a little bit again as he just forgets to click. There we go. So he's actually a whole villager behind now. A little bit sloppy. And again, this one villager, I'm not entirely sure why he sent it so early. Maybe he just wanted to like guarantee he was like very near to his opponent and get that barracks up as early as possible. But like, you've got to think that, like, obviously he's on 17 pop now, but he sent that out as like the 11th villager, and at that point, that's 10% of your eco, just essentially idle. I'm not exactly sure why this is happening, but anyway, villager now comes forward from Magma at more usual time. Again, he's gone for the 18 vills, and now a little bit of idle time creeping in. I feel like with the Lakviat, you don't really need to do this. Like, there's 40 seconds of idle time now. And it's like, you could have just clicked 2 more villagers and then clicked more or less at the same time. At least 1 more villager. Barracks is going to be quite nicely placed for Magma here. And this villager is still just chilling. As Unrestricted gets to 20 vills, still doesn't have the food. Like I said, this is why I would have preferred to see Unrestricted play defensive in this particular Civ matchup. Also, Unrestricted went to add in the dock as well before clicking tool. And that means that these clubbers could be able to have a quite devastating effect here. And this villager's still just not doing anything. I mean, he is exploring, so I guess he's not literally doing nothing. This villager is going to get caught out by Magma, though. He does have the clubber in now, though. Again, this is a bit too early to have the clubbers in for me, because you can just kill the clubber. And that clubber is so more effective when it's got the axe or another upgrades in, that I don't think it's actually worth the idle time. Just because you can actually just end the game with axes. I don't think it's worth losing clubbers, personally. But Unrestricted, either way, is in a very tough spot here. Only 1 barracks did come down, just because Magma did lose that villager. I wouldn't be surprised if he does send another villager forward. In fact, here she is. And in fact, the second barracks did come down, so I completely missed that somehow. And that's already 3 eco kills in. Barracks finally gets built at home with the archery range. This villager still just, I don't know, just being the true adventurer he is. And tower going up in defense. May by Unrestricted. Oh, the house does not go in up in time, though. So a few villagers are still vulnerable. Which, and yeah. 5 vills just stuck inside the TC. At this point, with the tower up here, I think it is just worth axing down the TC. Magma going for the easier game of just taking out houses. It does give the villagers a chance to run. And the villagers do make a run for it. Magma's still only on 18 vills, though. So actually Unrestricted is effectively ahead of Eco. Well, I say effectively ahead. You can see here with the sort of striped lines there, that's all his idle eco. And yeah, it might just be worth focusing. I mean, actually, no, the bows are out. I was going to say worth focusing on the TZ, but now that Unrestricted does have the bows out, he may be able to actually hold this here. And Magma going for the all-in. Like I said, no more villagers being produced. And I feel like on a map where fish is available, you should still be adding in eco yourself, just because, like, if you're not building scout ships to deny your opponents fish eco, that is giving them the chance to stay in the game. And he's only actually taken out 3 villagers and lost the 1 that he sent up on that top side. So I thought this game was going to be over pretty quickly, but Unrestricted responded reasonably well. Slingers are going to come in now to push back the bows. And it might just be worth focusing down houses for Magma, as he's going to do now, because they're very easy to take down. So it's quite easy to pop cap your opponent by doing that. Second archery range does come up for Unrestricted. And he is still making those fishing ships, the Phoenician faster wood gathering bonus coming in. Helpful hit. The Lakviat berry bonus. I mean, it's still being in effect here, as it looks like Magma did find his other berry patch. Doesn't see his 1 hit, but he's finally starting to add more villagers of his own. Bo's getting some nice damage in here now, though. I don't think stone mining is in, but I don't think wood cutting is in either, which still makes that a little bit difficult for the bows. You've got to be very careful trying to micro down the axes. Unrestricted is going to pull Magma's army underneath the tower for a little bit of assistance. And he's adding a couple of axes there already, hopefully hoping to try and clear up the slingers behind this. There's a few bows of Magma's own here. So Magma's still very much on the offensive. You see he has the military advantage, but he is behind on eco. So if Unrestricted can hold this, was a little bit tricky market placement here. It's going to lose a couple of villagers for that. Market isn't going to go up there. Did he have a house there and delete that? I can't even remember. What happened there? Oh, he just chopped it open and tried to build a market to clog it up. And he could actually get it built now. Okay, scout ships have come in whilst I wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, Unrestricted was pretty ready for this though. So Unrestricted, other than that villager, I don't know what happened to that villager that was roaming around the map. But Unrestricted doing reasonably well in the position he's in. Actually saying that. We're going to go dive under the tower here. 12 eco kills are in though, which has knocked that back in favour of Magma. And yeah, Magma just trying to push this home now. Feels safe enough diving under the tower. With the slingers can tank the tower pretty well, and it looks like he's got the advantage on the water here as well now. And like I said, Unrestricted holding fairly well, despite like his pretty slow tool age time. But I don't think it's quite going to be enough. I think that he lost like a few villagers trying to get that market up, and he lost another few villagers here. And I think he might have lost a few fishing ships as well when those scout ships came forward from Magma. And now, yeah, the eco numbers are slightly in favour of Magma here. I'll be interested to see what the gather is. Okay, it's way ahead for Magma now. That actually surprises me a little bit, just because Unrestricted had the fish eco and the Phoenician wood bonus going for most of the time. And GG, and very nice game for Magma. And again, all I'm going to say is, what was this guy doing out so early? Not at that point. At this point. Maybe just Unrestricted just valued the exploration. But like I said, the point he sent it out, that's like 10% of your eco. I don't know if he was just looking. Maybe it was. No, he can't have been looking for the elephants. Otherwise, he would have searched closer. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to ask Unrestricted that about what was going on with that villager later. In fact, what happened with him? I'm going to try and see what happened with this guy. Okay, he's coming back here. The bold adventurer returns from his journey. Do a little follow cam, press F. He's still not doing anything. Oh, he's built a house. Built a dock. Did he survive to the end of the game? Oh, rip villager, dude. But GG's Magma. Well played. So, we now get to the final round of this little tournament. The little one evening tournament. As I leave the map here. And our final matches are hopefully being posted pretty shortly. So I will switch back to that view in a sec when I find it. There we go. Okay, so for round 3, we have Carver versus Nightmare. And Unrestricted against Bongo. And in another rematch, but I feel like Unrestricted versus Bongo is like a feature match of basically like every tournament we seem to host. F-Pop against Jesse, and the final is going to be Vertex against Magma. And I guess it's probably only right to watch the winners of the winners game. So I think we'll probably watch the Vertex Magma game, as those are essentially the finalists. for this little tournament we have here. And yeah, this will be the last round, and then we'll get our final. I think it's top 3 get a prize of some sort. Let me just double check so I'm not just talking rubbish to everyone. Oh, it's actually $50 up for grabs for first place. That's not too bad for about 3 hours of games. And second place is 30, and third is $20. So up, I think the only 2 players that are in the potential running, in fact I'm almost sure, I'd say 99.9% certain, is that the first place will be decided between Vertex and Magma. And then second place should in theory be the loser of that game. But sometimes Swiss works in a weird, wacky way, and you get sometimes it works out in a slightly different way. And potentially someone else could get 2-1, like Unrestricted maybe could pinch second. Swiss works in a weird way because it like depends on like your ties and your matchups and stuff. But first place definitely will be decided between Vertex and Magma. Who win? Magma won 2-1 against Unrestricted. That, like I said, Unrestricted kind of threw that second game and then maybe played a little bit too greedy in that third game, and Magma are able to punish in both of those. Looks like we get some lobbies set up, and we have, okay, no, those are some AI games that some other players are playing. And let me just check the Discord chat so I'm not missing anything. So like I said, I think we'll be watching the Magma Vertex game unless they take ages to set up their lobby. And so far it's Jesse and Unrestricted who are normally the first 2 quickest as our resident admin. And Jesse's going to be playing against F-Pop. I feel like we've not seen any of the F-Pop games. Those have slipped under the radar, unfortunately. And maybe not having the best run this evening. Maybe he can take a game of Jesse, though. Jesse was playing pretty solid, but he's had some pretty tough opponents. Although, yeah, and that game against Vertex, I feel like he should have won that first Ocean Ring game. Still, that first game we watched tonight. And yeah, we're just waiting for any of those lobbies to pop, as all 4 of these games should be happening more or less at the same time, as the players just sort themselves out. Okay, Magma's just messaging Vertex now. Bongo may have just gone AFK again. I think Bongo's still in the running, potentially get 3rd place. So it is still worth playing here. I think the only players that are like out for the count are unfortunately F-Pop and Jesse, because they're both 0-2 at the moment. So even if they win, they'll only be 1-2, which I think will get them 5th at highest out of the 8 players. So for the other players, 3rd place is still at least an option, and then I think, like I said, I think Vertex and Magma is the 1st and 2nd place players. I have 0% win record versus Vertex. Well, it's your time to shine, Magma. It's time to show up. Vertex says, let's fucking go, man. Bring it on. This should be some pretty good games, though. I think. And yeah, which is like I said, just sorting out those lobbies. I think it's just like people are just sorting out their pairings and what servers they want to play on and stuff. Just takes a couple of minutes for them to sort that out. And yeah, for anyone that's watching, we do have, well, everyone that still is open and paying attention, we have the final of the 1v1 tournament being played tomorrow at 15 GMT, which will be between the ever-present VNS Cool and the Lord himself, Doubt from the Gamer Legion, who I thought he was going to be a threat, but I didn't think he would make his way to the final. But there was that very close series between him and Tato in the semi-finals, where Doubt just managed to pip him out in the last game. And so I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if that's going to be streamed on my channel or Unrestricted, but I think we're going to be duo casting that. And that, like I said, that should be at 15 GMT tomorrow. So if people are wanting to see some more high skill level RTR games, do come around and pop in for that. Looks like FPOP's and Jesse's game is underway first. Interestingly, FPOP's gone for the Macedonians first. I feel like FPOP's a bit of a free spirit. He likes to play the game how he likes to play. Jesse's gone Yamato in that game, which, like I said, I feel like is one of the better civs for this particular map system. But yeah, like I said, I think I'm going to wait for the Vertex Magma game to start. Because there should hopefully only be a couple more minutes. It's actually another Ocean Ring game for Jesse and FPOP. I don't know if FPOP's that familiar with Ocean Ring, as it's one of the newer maps. And also it's quite a strange map. I don't think there's any map really like it, which is how I quite like it. It's quite an interesting one. It's a little bit different. And looks like, yeah, the other players are just sorting out their lobbies now. So we should be able to get up with them pretty soon. Hopefully guys are happy to wait for just a couple more minutes at most, I think it will be. If that, it looks like they're both in the lobby now. And hopefully we get our winners match for this little weekend mixed map tournament. And it was kind of weird, like Unrestricted was saying, like, because originally there's just a setting in game where you're picking your maps from the map pool and you can just click mix map, but inland for some reason wasn't on that pool, so we've like added that as an extra because we feel like that is a mixed map. For some reason RTR has that listed as a water map, which kind of feels a bit wrong to me, but anyway. So okay, no, that's Nightmare and Carver launching their game, so let's just have a look there. So they both went for Shang, and they're playing on Mediterranean. So they've got Mediterranean as their map. And like I said, I'm just waiting for Magma and Vertex to launch their game. And then we can get ourselves in for some last games of the day. And I hope you've enjoyed this small little tournament we've had this evening. As I rearrange my headset. I'm not exactly sure why they haven't just launched the game, but okay, there we go, finally. So it's going to be on Coastal for our first match of the best of 3. And they've just gone straight in here. So I will get us to the capture age view. If I can find capture age myself. And both players have also gone Shang on this one. So we'll have the mirror match. And this Coastal, we've just got the singular crossing here. And it's a full island for Magma, whilst Vertex has this closed off section, which I think, I was going to say is going to be nicer because then you can just like defend this bit here. But looking at it, there's not really, I guess there is some shorefish in here. But there's not many, I guess there's enough food there that you're still going to be pretty happy with that. And yeah, you'd have to defend from the one side if you want to try and defend that fish eco. So that's quite nice for Vertex. And he does get onto the water early. Again, Vertex doing this, like this should just be a dock on the water here. There's no reason for the storage pit to be here. BO3 still, my friend. I think it's just a BO3 for the full thing. I'm gonna just sort out the capture age. It does this thing because like it's detecting Magma still in the game, that it's just like carrying on the series from the last thing, even though one of the players is not the same player. So I don't really know why capture age does that. And I will just quickly reset that for us here. Gets back into the game. But yeah, this is just a best of 3 again. Like so, we just did best of 3s because we just wanted this to be a little short evening tournament that people could just like chip up and play. And I think we will plan to do a few of these in the future as well. Like I said, just like a one evening 3-4 hour tournament for anyone that's just around on the evening and just wants to have a little go at playing some games. If Forgotten Empires doesn't put matchmaking in the game, we'll provide some matchmaking for you. Give you some opponents to play against. And yes, hopefully have some good games. And yeah, so like storage pit here makes complete sense to me because then it's like you got the fish and the wood, so that makes that worth it. But here you just got the fish, and to be fair, he's got pushed the gazelle to that storage pit there. So now you could argue that was worth it. So maybe we stopped picking on Vertex as much as I am doing. But yeah, like I said, it'd be interesting to see if either of the players. Which of the players, I should say, finds that choke first, the crossing first, and whether or not they like just try to block that in, maybe go long, or if we do see the aggressive approach from both players. Both players are the Shang, so they usually have that pretty consistent tool age. And again, it looks like Magma's are again going for that 18 villager up, which. For me, if you're playing Shang or like Latvia, I feel like you don't need to do that. I feel like their ecos are strong enough that you just play for 20 vils. Especially, it's like every time he's done it, he's idled his TC for quite a considerable amount of time. And yeah, you can see Vertex just going 20 vils up. And he's only going to be about maybe like 30 seconds, like 20, how much is it? It's going to be 20... Yeah, 26 seconds behind he's going to be, but with the 2 extra villagers, and he has the forward villager, which I didn't see sneaking through. So Vertex going to be the player playing forward, but Magma has gone for the defensive barracks this time. Does he add a clubman in straight away, or is he going to go a little bit greedy? And yeah, the other thing about like this. So yeah, she actually has, I don't know, another storage pit here. The thing is, like, if this was a dock again, then it'd be much easier to just add in some fishing ships later on. I don't think you need to add in fishing ships straight away, but like it gives you that option much more quicker. But anyway, we'll get off this back again. Tool Age comes in from Magma, and he's just going for small and tool working. So maybe this signifies the scout play, as I presume this is a stable. If I can actually click on it. Excuse me as I hiccup. So scouts is actually going to be the play from Vertex here. Barracks actually ended up slightly missing his opponent here. It's obviously still very close, but it seemed like Vertex... I don't know actually. Well, he must know because there's water this side now that his opponent is probably up here. I guess technically he could be here because he doesn't know that there is just water here. Another villager does get forward, but that's going to be picked off by the scout here. And the walls do come up for Magma. So Magma, like I said, he went for the greedy, maybe not greedy, but went for the... Wow, there was a hole in that wall there. There's always a hole. I feel like... What is he trying to do here? He's trying to wall in the Axa. The Axa has... Oh man, I was going to say like Magma has put himself in such a good position here, and that one hole in the wall is going to undo this completely. Tool working isn't in, but the Axa upgrade plus the armor upgrade makes just even a single Axa so annoying to deal with. Two scouts are forward, and they do have both the upgrades. Vertex is fully walled himself though, and I'm pretty sure there aren't any holes in this wall. One villager is exposed on the front there, and Magma has already killed one villager with his scouts. And actually, where's that Axa gone? Okay, it's just tapping the archery range there. There's a couple of bowmen get added in. And Vertex is trying to switch into the slings, but he was just momentarily housed there. And it looks like Vertex was the first to start pumping fishing ships, which he actually did over here and here. I presume this is a scout ship. Is that a scout ship coming for here? Yeah, okay. This feels like a little bit disrespect, just because that was quite easy to, like, if a second Dark Ever comes up from Magma, he can very easily just pin that down. How close it is to his base. But, yeah, like I said, I feel like Magma, I mean, he didn't lose a villager, but like just a little fumble on that hole in the wall there cost him a little bit of villager work time as he had to run around and try and deal with the situation. These slingers, oh, slingers in actually as well for Magma. Yeah, slingers when they don't have the, okay, when they're just not attacking or doing anything, that's also pretty bad. And actually Scout's going to be able to clear this up. So Magma actually going with like every tool age unit here. He's got the whole jamboree, including the scout ships. And we'll see on the water here how we do. Magma focusing reasonably well there. Moving a little bit janky on the water. I don't know, that's just capture age spectator thing. But yeah, like I said, Vertex is fully walled, but he's not given himself a huge amount of space to work with there. And he abandoned his berries, as I guess he's just focusing on the water for the time being. And 3 scout ships versus the 4 so far. Are we going to get any damage here on the wood line? One villager there getting quite low, but scout ships coming to save the day. Scouts go forward again. But like I said before, one villager was out in the open. I think it's gone to hide away unless it... I can't remember what a second villager kill was. Maybe that one did get picked off and that was the second one. But this game looks to me like it may go to the Bronze Age. With scout ships could be a nuisance for Magma. And they might, it's probably going to lose a bit of the fishing eco here as well now, actually. As Magma only on 3 scout ships to the 6 of Vertex. So Vertex actually going to get a bit of an edge just on the water. So both players mostly focusing on the wood eco at the moment. In fact, let's have a look here. I'm just trying to reevaluate this position. And there's another villager getting caught out there. So I think Vertex is going to get his army a little bit caught out after Magma pushes it back. Magma's be able to take out this dock fairly easily. Idle villagers at the back here. Maybe it's got a lot of idle eco for Magma. As it looks like I guess he was focusing on the fight here, which he does clear up the land army of Vertex. So maybe Vertex has enough units to start applying some pressure at the front on the land here. Neither player's made an attempt to block up the crossing yet. Again, these scout ships here could be problems for Magma if he gets around. Because he'll be able to range a decent amount of this wood line, probably about this distance here, I would estimate. But yeah, Magma is trying to focus down the TC now. It's trying to see if there's a loop around, but we know there isn't. There is a gate here. What was that gate? No, that's a little tree there actually. So a little sneaky forward villager could chop that tree down and do the old straggler delete trick. And yeah, in fact, there we go. Magma forced to move his wood line. And there's actually a hole between that wall and this wall here. You'll be able to see that villager go around that little loop there, which probably won't be of any relevance, but it's kind of funny that that's happened. And let's have a look. 35 to 31, but 17 fishing ships now up for Vertex. So he's going to be able to get that food resource coming in and maybe work himself up to the Bronze Age. He's looking like he might be able to get there. Might be ahead on the race to get into that Bronze Age. Eco starts to move more inland to Magma, as I think he essentially just given up on the water at this point. Like I said, just having this little pocket here was quite nice for Vertex, because he's not had to defend it, but like it meant that he could just push out from that one side. And taking a bit of free damage from that bowman. It does have the wood working in, woodworking just coming in now from Magma. 37 villagers out for Magma though, so he's still not in a terrible position. He's losing a few of his shoreline buildings, but like I said, he's just happy to move further inland for the time being. And this is the thing where, like, potentially, well, I guess Magma is controlling land. I was going to say if someone blocked off that, but the only person that's in a position to do that really at the moment is Magma. Vertex could sit his ships. He can move his ships around after deleting this, killing this dock. He can move like maybe these, leave a couple of ships just to like guard the shoreline, and then move these ships to cover the crossing here. And that would make it a little bit more awkward for Magma to add in reinforcements to his push. And Bronze Age does comes in for both players. Vertex very slightly ahead with the help of his 29 fishing ships, as he has a lot of his fishing ships over here. Like I said, that was maybe a little bit disrespect, but he's got away with it. There's 14 fishing ships just doing their thing, completely uncontested. And yeah, dock goes down for Magma. And it's going to be a little bit of a fight on the front here. There's a good number of bows. Slingers get picked off. And 6 bows versus 9. Trying to distract with the scout here. Scout pulling a bit of aggro. Scout from Vertex is probably just going to decide this fight though. Oh no, okay. Pretty good job from Magma. And I think, okay, the bowmen are going to be enough. Is he going to pick that last bowman off? That was close. A couple more hits. Stables coming in, and Vertex already on 400 gold. Signifies cavalry coming in to meet. Scout just pick up a couple of units here, and looks like it's going to be this, maybe the same for Magma. Vertex going to enjoy the fishing ship upgrade though as well. And War Galley, probably not necessary at this point. Obviously we have the God Vision, we know that Magma's basically given up on the sea, but I think it's a fairly cheap upgrade to get the War Galley, so might as well. Cavalry already in the queue. It's actually camels, so Magma identifying that maybe he's a little bit on the back foot by getting to the Bronze Age slightly slower. These forward stables though, I feel like I'm going to sneeze a sec. Excuse me, sorry about that. Just mute my mic. These forward stables with the camels, it's actually going to give Vertex the chance to attack, and indeed Vertex has moved his ships here to cover that crossing, as I said would be a good idea before. And doesn't have the artisan ship in for +2 range, but I think that's not going to matter too much. But what is going to matter is these cavalry coming forward. Wall does go up here as Magma has tried to expand his base. He is actually open on this side here. Cavalry trying to work their way through. Is there a gap here? Okay. Okay, there wasn't a hole. Just, yeah, the stable is in the way. Might be worth trying to wall up this behind this for Magma. And whilst he still has the time, there's no ranged units, so a small wall behind this would be quite nice for him. Looks like he isn't going to go for that. Maybe he would just try to switch and repair the stable. Yeah, just going to try and repair it for the time being. And the single camel doing some work on the front here. In fact, Vertex switched into camels of his own. And yeah, camels are a very nice unit in the early Bronze Age, just because the main camels are ranged units, which take quite a long time to come out in the early Bronze Age, because you need the techs for them. But academies coming in for both players as we're already on the hoplites. The fact is that academy is forward. Archery, chariots coming out for Magma as well. As the cavalry is still just focusing the stable here. Now they finally turn and kill the chariot. And priest as well coming out for Magma, which are going to be pretty nice. We're just going to check the tool storage pit techs. Some double attack upgrades in for Magma. Vertex is actually missing the leather armor for his cavalry, which is going to make his cavalry much less effective than Magma's are, but he has the numbers advantage at the front. Both attackers... Oh, actually, hoplites in. One villager manages to escape the wheel, making those a little bit pesky. One cavalry here, though, on the gold. It's going to spell problems if it actually attacks. There we go. And this is probably going to be a lot of dead villagers, unless Vertex sees this. There's a scout ship managed to sneak in here, so it looks like maybe Vertex did get back on the water somewhere, unless that's just remaining scout ships from earlier in the game. But yeah, villagers, he's deleted this, I think that was a stable there, to run his villagers out. And this scout ship's going to get a huge amount of value here, as Vertex has nothing out in defense. So see what's happening on the rest of the map. This cavalry nearly working their way in through the small wall. They're just trying to wall up behind. 4, 5, 6, 7 villagers being called in. War galley is going to make this a little bit difficult. The walls are going to go up in time. So nice response from Magma there. Astrology coming in now for those priests. I don't know where those priests are exactly. They're just on the front there of the base. And let's have a look-see. Still a huge amount of fishing economy for Vertex. So yeah, he's way ahead on eco. That said, they're having to travel some distance, but with the fishing ship upgrade in, it's not too bad. Dock and walls. So Magma trying to wall. Okay, actually, so it looks like Vertex went for wall and they got denied, or maybe just tried. No, he's just trying to build those now, isn't he? So it's kind of funny that they're sharing the work. A little bit of teamwork there. So actually, the cavalry are going to be stuck. As this game starts to get a little bit messy. War galley does come in for Magma. That single hoplite chilling at the front. A cavalry looks like, yeah, got dealt with by the war galley there. Forward TC from Magma. I don't know if Vertex hasn't seen the farm though, so he should suspect something. That tower might get denied here, as the hoplites murder the villagers there. Although one villager gets left alone. No, he's not going to have time. So I think the forward for Magma is basically donezo. And I think the weight of Vertex's eco is starting to show now. This huge fishing eco. Just been working for quite some time now. Yeah, huge eco lead for Vertex in this one. And I think Vertex may have slightly run out of options now. He's not out of the game just yet, but Iron Age probably isn't too far off for Vertex, and 31-8 military count at the moment. As yeah, Vertex is just going to clean up the forward with these hoplites here, and Magma just trying to maybe pick up as many villages as he can with these cavalry units. And he has managed to pick up 37, so I guess it's probably villagers and fishing ships combined, as I've said in previous games. So he's getting some decent eco damage in, but 129 combined eco units compared to 59. You need to somehow get some... I mean, you might be able to snipe a few more villagers here. But again, you can just see the amount of red that's just spread out along the map. And it's I don't know if he needs this many fishing ships. He's got 70 things gathering food at the moment. Like I said, with that amount of eco, I can imagine Iron Age is going to be pretty close in. And Magma has teched in to improve bowman. And you can get the composite bowman out, and that wouldn't be a bad play against the hoplites or any of these units really. Chariot's a little bit tanky, but I don't think they have no ability in yet. No, they don't. But he researched improved bow, but he's not actually building any of them. And this wall is actually open, so Vertex could push in. Doesn't have any siege, but he does have the hoplites, which are the next best thing. Ooh, wall just goes up in time for Magma. Is that cavalry unit stuck? I don't think it is. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. War galleys pick off a whole bunch of villagers though. And the tower will go up, but many villagers will get sacrificed for it. Priest trying to get some hoplite conversions, which would be quite nice. There goes one. I don't think you want to convert a chariot. I think we just grab these hoplites. Whoa! I don't know where this villager's going. Saying howdy do. Manages to dodge a bunch of arrows and get out of there. But yeah, like I said, I feel like Vertex, how many TCs is that now? It's I think 7. No, it's 8 in fact. And composite bowman coming in now, but again, I haven't even started making any improved bows yet. Towers are going to make this a little bit annoying for Vertex, but Vertex already halfway up to the Iron Age. And all he really needs is some siege, and here it comes the siege as I say that. I'm going to try to wall this off as well. Actually did manage to get a couple of blocks up, so that's going to be quite a little bit annoying. Villagers coming forward to do their bit for the war effort. There's this absolute swarm of fishing ships here, hoovering up all the seas. Tower. There's attempts to be. There's actually a villager chilling here for Vertex. Don't know exactly how that got there, but it's just chilling. No biggie. Composite bowman spam starts to come in now. Artisan ship as well. Probably a little bit late on that technology. It's just not only for the range, obviously nice the eco bonus, but the addition of the siege workshop, I think, and as well as the Iron Age, obviously, it's probably going to spell the end. Vertex on a ridiculous amount of resources, 98. It's on 88 fishing ships. I feel like maybe some of those probably need to get deleted as he's fast approaching the pop cap. Compies do start to come out, but 5 compies, 7 compies, probably not going to be enough to deal with the catapult, the House Archers, and all the other units that Vertex has at his disposal. Sentry Tower doing some work. These villagers taking quite a bit of damage. With wheel though, it was a little bit tricky to take down. Not exactly sure why we're walling off here. I guess just blocking any escape routes for Magma to potentially run his villagers out with. And now it only feels like it's a matter of time until Vertex gets the dub on this one. Just another town centre going down forward. And yeah, 11 compies trying to do some damage. And Shang don't get alchemy, so this is well, it's not even Iron Age anyway, so it doesn't matter. I guess they don't get out Vertex doesn't get alchemy, I guess is almost a bonus for Magma at this point. But the catapults and the heavy horse archers, I think, are going to make short work of Magma here once they get in. I think Nobility is still not in for either player, so that would be a nice addition. Just sell off some food if you need the gold. Catapults making the compies go splat. Those catapults have 4 pierce armor as well, so the compies only do singular damage against them. They're 5 attack. And the walls are open. And Vertex immediately tries to push forward with another couple of sentry towers. Guard tower coming in as well now. 5k food in the bank. Probably just sell some of that off to get a bit more gold. But at this point, I think we're going to see this number here, 79, drop. In fact, Magma just taps out before that happens. It went down by 2 at least. And a pretty solid game won by Vertex in the end there. Who just got that control in the water. And then Magma had an okay sort of push going on. But when the Bronze Age came in slightly earlier for Vertex, just because he had that fish eco up and running, he just sort of ran away with it when it got into the later stages of the game. Was that what the APM was? Let's have a look. 42. He had a 125 was his peak. I mean, I guess Magma had a lot less to work with to even manage later on, to be fair, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know what more Magma could have done there. I'm just trying to think how it went in the early game. I guess that was just that little thing where, like, there was just that slight hole in his wall really early on. That was over here, wasn't it? Like, he didn't lose any villagers because of that hole. Where is it? There's just that hole there. He didn't lose any villagers because of that, but that, like, caused a lot of, like, messiness in his early tool age there. And then these scouts, like, they were able to pick off a couple of vills, but they're just like quite a big commitment to go for the scouts, and if you don't get a huge amount of value out of them, yeah, that's puts you a little bit behind. And then yeah, Vertex was just a little bit better, getting quicker at getting those scout ships out, as I think Magma, I think, was only sat on that one dock for a while, and it took him a while to put up that second one around here somewhere. And then yeah, the fish boom. How many did he end on? 84 fishing ships. Pretty insane. How much food did he collect in that game? Yeah, like double nearly the food count. Way ahead on resources. And a pretty nice game. So we'll get ourselves into the second game real quick. Why do Capture Age do sound bug every time? It feels bad, man. And I think Magma thought it might have been a best of 5, but like I said, they're just Swiss rounds, so they're all just best of 3. 100% losing record. I mean, I feel like they're fairly close. It was just like in the early game, there's just those small little mistake by Magma with the hole, and then just like little edges gained by Vertex, and then he just managed to convert that into like a really big lead when he got control of the water, and then just boomed up behind it. And then Magma wasn't quite able to push it with his land army. And so we do have, I think, Bongo and Unrestricted on their second game. They're actually playing Nomad on this map. but I think we're going to stick... oh, they've already started Magma and Vertex, so they've got Mega Random as their map, and both players have gone Lac Viat. And this is what Unrestricted was saying earlier, is Lac Viat can be a little bit risky, because sometimes these spawns cannot have berries, but then, as I say that, there's just a whole bunch of berries right next to both players. In fact, yeah, 2 sets of berries, so this is actually a very good map for Lac Viat. Like I said, I think most, even on Mega Random, most of the spawns usually have berries in them pretty close, so it's very rare that you don't get berries at all. So I think Lac Viat's still a fairly safe pick on this. And this is actually quite reminiscent of the map that was played in those free-for-all games last week. Though that map, in terms of having these like higher raised platforms, though that map had, the center was all the marshland where you can have both land and water units. So this is actually going to be a full land map, funnily enough. So Mega Random not actually providing us with the mixed map experience this time. But yeah, both players on these sort of raised platforms, so it's actually going to be quite hard to attack up into your opponent here. But then the majority of the wood on the map is down in the dip here. You do have a little bit at the back, but like not huge amounts. And I'm just trying to look. Yeah, okay, both players have a little bit of gold and stone at the back as well as some spare resources. And in fact, it looks like, yeah, they've got like 3 gold piles right next to them as well. So they don't have to do much exploration. I don't know if there's any elephants on this map. I'm not seeing elephants. Might just be the gazelle. But like I said, they do have the close by berries, both players. Just a little bear there, that's not elephant. So I don't think there are any elephants on this spawn. Just doing a quick scan around the map. But yeah, so this is going to be quite an interesting one, especially because it's going to be mirrored Civ. We'll see if Magma again goes for 18 pop up. I guess that was another thing I maybe didn't like again, like I did say in the last game, was like Magma has that tendency to go for the 18 fish. In fact, he's cancelled a villager there, so I think he's going to do it again. I feel like that does a little bit more harm than good. I feel like you don't need to do it, but he is going 18. So this one's going to be a little bit more tidy. It's only 20 seconds idle time, so that's a lot better, to be fair. It's more like when there's been a few games where he's done the 18 pop and then he's had like 45 seconds idle time, and then that's like, I'm not a huge fan of that one. 20 pop and a little bit of idle time as well for Vertex, so he's going to be about 30 seconds slower with those extra 2 villagers. And forward going in now, and I feel like it's going to be a little bit difficult to make a forward work, just because it's very unlikely you're going to get the barracks on top of your opponent's base without it being seen. A very nice forward would actually be if you could tuck the villager in round the back, and then you'd actually still be on the high ground there and wouldn't have to defend against that. He has actually, as I say that though, right on the corner there, Vertex managed to sneak in his barracks. Barracks is already down for Magma, but not going with any clubbers. Tool Age is going to be in for Magma quite nice and quickly though, so this is going to give him a decent amount of chance to respond to these clubbers. And again, tool working. So again, is this just going to be scout play? And it looks like that is what it is going to be. Sentry tower, watchtower, sorry, being researched as well and built on the little wood line then. I guess it works for the time being. And you've got the villagers on the stone as well. And I think that's a misclick, unless this is an archery range, and it is. But it looks like, okay, he's giving up on the clubman. That makes more sense. But the fact that Magma's already gone into scouts means that this archery range play is actually pretty bad. In fact, AXA, so he is acting another, as he is housed, he's got space like villager and doesn't space the clubber. But the scouts are going to be able to punish this pretty well. Yeah, he's got another 2 in queue as well as the 2 already has. His clubbers should just get beaten down by the Axer upgrade in now, though. Axer doesn't have the armor upgrade, though, so it's going to be very easy to take down. Yeah, that's fine, no problem. And Scout here is going to be a nuisance for Vertex. And armor upgrade is it in. I think the Scout play is actually going to be pretty good here for Magma, as the transition to the bows was maybe a little too quick for Vertex. And he is hiding the axes away, but he has a good number of scouts already. And yeah, with the second berries at the back here, he's still going to be able to take advantage of that Lakviat bonus. And I think, yeah, Magma's probably going to feel comfortable sending a few scouts forward here. He probably wants to have a couple in defense, just chilling. This scout's going to get a little bit trapped here. It does get 1 villager kill though, so not too bad as axes clear up. But these 3, archery range and a wall, very nice. There is a gap here still. So that wall has some. The wood line here is exposed though. Axes are ready to receive though. Couple exposed villagers here still though. Like I said, axes do, in theory, counter the scouts, but scouts have the extra movement speed. And a few villagers are going to go down here. These scouts are going to get picked off, but there we go. Maybe you could have got an extra villager just if just fully focused the villagers there, but some good villager damage in. 5 kills. And he's lost, I guess that's me. He's lost 3 of those scouts. I think that's a worthwhile trade. 3 scouts, even though they're very expensive. 5 villagers, I think, probably makes that worth. And the bows, yeah, just going to get completely dealt with the scouts here. Like I said, I think the transition into bows was a little bit too quick. The Lakviat bows do have the extra melee armor, which does make them a lot more resistant against the scouts. So maybe just Vertex was thinking that Magma would never play the scouts, as those bows do have that bonus there. But the scouts do still have the, I think it's 3 bonus damage against the bows, still pretty effective, as well as the 1 pierce armor to help resist any damage they take in return. Scout probably not going to be able to pick off anything here, but we have another couple of scouts. They're both pretty low health though. And bows coming in for support for Magma. So yeah, again, Magma looking in a pretty nice spot here. He's ahead. 8 vills at the moment. And yeah, just a little bit pinched resources at the moment, as Vertex is forced, well, I guess it would actually ran out there, more or less. Another villager gets picked off there. The rest get garrisoned in the TC. And yeah, bows coming forward. I think the berry workers, probably a few of those going to get picked off. Watchtower coming in now, but that might be a little bit too late. And yeah, GG's called. And a very nice game for Magma that, yeah. So yeah, it was quite a nice sneak for the barracks from Vertex there. But like I said, I think just the actual going up earlier worked out for Magma there, because it was much smoother, much less idle time for the 18 fills that time. And then I think Vertex still could have punished it, but it was just like switching into the archery range here when Magma had already gone straight into the scouts. Like, if Vertex saw the stable, I think he started. What was the order? I'm just trying to think. I think the scout, the stable was already up, but he just didn't see it. Yeah, so stable did go up first, but like Vertex just didn't see it. This villager went round, built that archery range, and just the bows were just useless against those scouts there. So pretty heads up play by Magma. Sometimes this going for the scout rush can really bite you, because like I said previously today, the scouts are very expensive units, so if it doesn't work out, it can go south very quickly. But just because, like I said, Vertex just transitioned into those bows, He only made like 2 clubbers, and yeah, got really punished for that. Morik says this map. Which map do you mean? When did Morik say that? Do you meant from Mega Random? Extravaganza, great word. This is actually the graphic from last weekend, but I still felt like it was a bit of an extravaganza, so I used it again when we were doing the free for all games. Actually, was it the free for all? No, it was actually the set. What was the weekend extravaganza? I guess it was those free-for-all games. So I guess technically it wasn't really the weekend because it was like Friday evening. I guess that is weekend, Friday evening. Still counts, right? And so it looks like Unrestricted and Bongo still in their Nomad game. I don't think that was the weekend extravaganza though, because that we had the different thing for the Masters of Citadel. Or maybe that was the graphic I used for that as well. Maybe I didn't have a Master of Citadel's graphic. Let me just double check. I might be just talking rubbish. Where's my OBS? What's this one? No, that's the one we won championship. Maybe that was just the Citadel's one then. Maybe you're right. I thought I had a different graphic for that one, but apparently I don't. Let me just double check. Yeah, I guess it was just for the Citadels then. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. So let's have a look at the. Looks like the Nightmare Jesse game has already gone. Nightmare Jesse, what am I on about? Nightmare Carver game. And Nightmare managed to win out against Carver there. And Jesse managed to beat F-Pop as well. And they were both 2-0s. So I think potentially Nightmare could be in the running for 3rd place. But I think possibly, like I said, the way the system works kind of weird. So he's at least going to be 4th and maybe 3rd. I cannot guarantee any more than that. Let's have a look. Okay, Magma Vertex, 3rd game of the 3. So this is the best 3. It's going to the Mediterranean. And Magma, I was saying earlier that some people might go for the risky Minoans pick, because on some map, the Minoans... Yeah, I think he said lucky pick for us here. Yeah, like... For me, Minoan, like if it was like Continental, I feel like Minoans is like a brick play. But Mediterranean, I think, is probably the best mixed map you can get for the Minoans, as it's this is what the main mixed map where like war is the most important, probably. Ocean Ring, it can be pretty important as well, to be fair. But yeah, like I said, if you get Conti or something like that, I feel like Minoans you just rush them early and you just win. But Vertex went for the Hittites as well, so like I think that's what they were discussing in chat. Is like they both went for a little bit of a risky civ, hoping that the map would random onto something nice. I think this matchup is just tilted in the favour of Minoans now, after the Hittites got the nerf to the range on their scout ships, and the cheaper docks and cheaper ships for the Minoans is better, which will force Vertex to try and go aggressive here. But these villages might meet each other. The Hittites do have the +1 on their bows, but again, that can be quite easily shut down if Magma just goes for some defensive slingers. And Vertex, as the Hittites, can't build slingers as himself, so if Magma does manage to get some walls up, this Lionlet just getting a little bit involved. If he manages to get the walls up, he's not. Vertex isn't going to have any way of getting through that until the Bronze Age, really. Double artifact for exploration. And Doc is going to go after up after the house hit. But yeah, it is going to be the forward for Vertex, which I said, like, I think he kind of has to do this against the Minoans, as there isn't really a civ in the game that can match the Minoans on the water at the moment. Which, like, I feel like the Minoans are a little bit overtuned on the water maps. I feel like they could probably be rebalanced a bit. I don't really understand why their team bonus doubled down how good they were on water maps, but that's an argument for another day, as Barracks does come in for Vertex. And Vertex had 40 seconds idle time, unfortunately, which means the tool age isn't going to be particularly fast. I think it's about the same as Magma's here. In fact, Magma should be 5 seconds faster, judging by these idle TC times and the fact they're both from the same number of villagers. Double. There's actually a gap there. But yeah, double dock in already for Magma. That's the known player. Clubber does come out though. And we'll see how this goes. What can happen a lot of time in Mediterranean is that one of the players just walls themselves into the wood line. And then let's let the fishing ships and the warships do the work. This artifact's done a good job of not getting spotted for the most part. Again, Vertex going into the very early archery range after he's gone for 3 clubbers this time. But stone wall, a small wall is in, which means Magma, like I said, is going to be able to wall himself into this pocket. And as long as he's gathering wood, that means he can make ships. And this ship not doing a right lot here, but he'll probably sort that out soon enough. Axer upgrade are going to come in. And another wall section might need to go in this. I think that gazelle there is actually denying the wall here, so you'd have to put 2 wall, 1 section there, 1 section there. And yeah, Magna's not giving himself much space to work with, but again, as long as these guys are chopping wood, and it's actually, let's hope he doesn't over chop there by accident. I'm trying to click on that tree behind there. 60 for the time being. First warship comes out, they might be able to pick off a couple of villagers maybe. But yeah, like I said, without the slinger, it's very hard to break through the walls in the tool age. Sentry, watchtower coming in, so a tower here, yep. And if he gets the woodworking upgrade for the extra range, this could be pretty nice for him. Like I said, don't think Vertex was ever going to win this on the water, so he went for the all-in on the land. Potentially with this tower, like I said, the wood line's like quite thin here, so this tower is going to be pretty effective. In fact, those are just in. There's a hole in the wall. Oh, it's where the gazelle was. Like I said. Wait, why? What? Okay, he got scared of the scout ships there. He needs the ships here to cover for the villagers. Villagers just go down. Tower goes up. And I think Vertex, if he just gets woodworking in now, and he gives that tower that extra range, and that just leaves Magma too pinched. In fact, Magma's already going for the escape plan. And he has sent some villagers out this way. But like I said, I mean, I was going to say as long as he has wood to make more ships, but he's actually really pinched for wood at the moment as well. He's going to need to be a little bit careful here. The scout ship here is going to hold the bait. The scout ship's just like drifting. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, woodworking is coming in now for the extra range, as well as just being a nice little eco bonus. As I think Magma just deleted his TC and is rebuilding it on the shoreline, which could be a little bit risky if Vertex does ever try to get on the water. Obviously, he's safe for the time being. Gets the fish and the wood. Magma does have 7 scout ships at the moment holding the line. Tower is just shooting the storage pit itself at the moment. These villagers probably need to make a run for it soon though. I was just trying to repair the ship. Don't know what's going on with these drifting ships. That's new technology to me. Didn't know the Minoans had that as an additional upgrade. Again, that might just be like a capture age spectator glitch thing. And yeah, like I said, just because he's on the fish eco, hopefully can, if he adds an extra couple of ships here, Magma's still in a decent spot. Bows do spot these villagers here though, and it does have the armor upgrade in, so the villagers can't really retaliate to this, unfortunately. Magma doesn't seem to spot it either. So this is potentially 7 villagers. Okay, does spot it now. But like, because this bow... Okay, scout ship comes to the rescue. That's going to be able to help Magma out there. But a couple of free villager kills. In fact, Vertex swooping in to try and clear this up. And it looks like Vertex is trying to get on the water now, adding in docks. Or at least the scout ships are both in the dock here. But the docks do tend to go down pretty quickly if you've got a few scout ships shooting at them. Axe is just picking off houses, doing the annoying thing of like Magma. Yeah, Magma's just going to be housed now. And going to have to just be permanently spamming houses to try and make space for extra population. These bows still just trying to be a little bit cheeky, wrap around and catch a few villagers. So he's going to try and dive in. Looks like he's probably focusing elsewhere at the moment as Vertex scout ship is ready in place. Doesn't need to run away with the scout ship here. The scout ship can probably quite easily take this, especially now there's 4 of them. Does pop out with 3 scout ships here on the front, and is trying to repair with villagers. Magma just picking off the villagers instead. Just going to be a nice few kills for him. You can see here the eco kills are actually about similar. And yeah, just again, just those fishing boats still just working. It's holding the eco lead for Magma if I go to the statistics. I suspect Magma... Okay, slightly behind. I guess just from having to idle up TC and move it around. But he's not a million miles behind. And he still has this ship count 9 to 6. And I still think he's in a fairly okay... I'm not going to say comfortable position, but an okay position. Don't know why this fishing boat has come to the front lines exactly. But the fishing eco might be under threat a little bit now as Vertex swoops in. And it looks like, yeah, Vertex is trying to get onto the water himself. Magma should be able to punish this, as he, like I said, he still has the numbers on the water, and he should be able to, yeah, get a very nice fight here. So I think this probably gets denied pretty quickly, which means potentially a lot of wasted wood from Vertex here. And there's only those 4 bows left, and stable has gone up. There is a scout running around, being a menace. Doesn't have any armor in, so in fact an Axer as well there. Also doesn't have armor in, so not too much of a problem for villagers to just turn around on that. Like I said, I think that fishing ship did like they did 1 trip each, which isn't really worth the 40 wood that they cost. Bows gonna get some good damage in here though, as villagers, 4 villagers, 5 villagers potentially get picked off there, and a 6 if you count the one up there. So why a few of the players are arguing that maybe the villagers should be buffed to have at least 1 pierce armor, just so they don't just get instantly clapped by the bows like that. But that's a discussion for another time. Axer is getting big value here though. That's 3 kills from that one Axer. As I guess Vertex kind of focusing elsewhere. Like I said, I think Magma's still in a pretty tidy position. Yeah, he's going to destroy that dock, like I said. Storage pit forward, and another stable. I'm not sure exactly what the pit's about, but why not? And I'm pretty sure the eco should be, I was going to say just about in favour of Magma, not quite caught up yet. But you can see that he is catching up now. And yeah, now he's, yeah, especially with the fish boom coming out. And I think Vertex, like I said, I think he went for the right play there, but he just didn't quite manage to get enough damage done, and the fish eco keeping Magma in there, and arguably maybe Vertex shouldn't have tried to get on the water. Just stick to the land. Maybe build a couple of scouts and just try to look and find your opponent. Maybe that could have been the play. But obviously, it's a lot more difficult to think about those things during the game when you're in it playing. But I think, even though that tower was also very effective. I mean, you can't be sniping. I'm not streaming you. I've literally not streamed any of your games. I've been streaming the Magma Vertex games. I mean, maybe someone is spectating, but it's not me. Well, you always put delay on anyway, don't you? Right. Anyway. Yeah, so a couple of axes get in for Vertex there, but looks like without the armor upgrading... Oh no, it does have the armor upgrade, so a few villagers do get killed by that one axe, which is somehow... Oh, it's just because it's only getting attacked by one scout there, that's why it was lasting so long. But as I said, I think Magma's done enough for the defense, even like what I was saying before I got distracted by the track, is this tower was quite nicely placed, but Magma managing to slip out the side and get like those two little eco pockets built up. And these docks are just never going to go up. And the scouts at 4, bows 5, and I think... Oh, Magma's... Oh, no, okay, yeah, Magma's first to bronze. I got confused between the two players there. Vertex isn't going to be too far behind, but Magma just much more economically stronger with the huge fishing eco. A bit like Vertex was in the last game. And again, Magma, maybe you could argue he got a little bit lucky that Mediterranean ended up being the map, but then also he actually had the balls to pick Minoans, so yeah. Like I said, Vertex, I think, again, like I said, I think he did try to go for the correct thing, but didn't just didn't quite do enough there. And now, I think it's just going to be a matter of time. Maybe a few more villagers on gold, a little bit late to gold for Magma here. Those Minoans do not get the chariot units, so they have to get gold. Looks like it's just going to stick with the scouts. I guess with you could just go Bronze Age upgrades with the scouts and still do a reasonable amount of damage. As he does get on the back line there. Axe's still going to be a little bit of a deterrent here though. Not sure why we're adding the slinger here, but we do that sometimes. Yeah, I was going to say cavalry is usually the early game, the early Bronze Age option for the Minoans, just to give them that extra time to tech into the archers if they want it. But it was just a little bit slow to getting that gold out. Couple of forward stables. I think this is probably another... No, it's an archer range, interesting. I was going to say I thought that was another stable, but it wasn't. And Hittites do get that faster. Wheel research will actually research it quicker. But, again, I think the eco lead is just too much of an advantage for Vertex to overcome at this point. Let's have a look at this. How many archery ranges does he actually have? I'm trying to... He's got one here. So he actually has the one archery range. I mean, apparently he's got two. Don't see where the second is. That's literally the one forward. Yeah. So he's making chariots at this archery range here. Probably not going to be too useful for the time being, as the first wave of cavalry come forward. And war galley as well, just to really push the land of sea advantage home. Cavalry should be able to quite easily take out the axes now. There's only 2 of them. And I think fairly soon, maybe a couple more waves of cavalry. Actually, no, it's not even making cavalry. For some reason, we're making more fishing ships. I feel like just military units are the order of the day here. Cavalry has still been a bit of a menace, but ooh, a little slow down from the game there. That was interesting. But yeah, I think this game's pretty wrapped up. The Restricted's popping off in the chat. Aye, aye, aye. Well, I mean, if he was concerned about that, he could have asked for a longer spectator delay. But yeah, it's a little bit disappointing to hear that. But yeah, like I said, I don't really know why Magma's just going full boom here. It's making Vertex feel the hurt for a little while longer, I guess. Okay, some more cavalry units getting added now. Finally, composite bowman tech comes in. And some improved bows get added into the queue. But yeah, essentially, Vertex has pretty much nowhere to run now, as you'd have to transport units to get them out. Doing a little bit of micro, trying to dodge this war galley shots here. So a little minor win for Vertex there. Bowman just... okay. Is he going to kill the Vil? Anyone? Alright, we're just off. We're off on a Wendy walk. We chilling. Pause. Unpause. Interesting. It's one chariot archer. Oh, Magma very aware of that. Slinger, big slinger value there. Nice. Anyways, front line. Cavalry just kind of chilling. Couple of camels. A few compies. 58 villagers to 53 plus 38 fishing ships. And Magma kind of just throwing away a few units at the moment. He's going to pick a few villagers at the front now, though. Or not, because Vertex is fairly quick to react and garrison. Does get one there, though. Chariot archer numbers up to 11, and these are Hittite chariot archers as well, remember. So not be taken too lightly. But now the compy mass is coming in behind this. 11. Minoans slightly nerfed with these only getting +1 range instead of the +2, which I think is still a pretty good change personally. Like I said, I feel like the Minoans could probably use a few more tweaks to make them slightly less oppressive on the water maps. Maybe just slightly stronger on the land maps in the earlier game. And the other thing is, like, obviously there are bonuses. They get the faster farms, but all this food economy is the fishing ships, so that bonus isn't actually doing anything right now. Ooh, big hit from the stone thrower though. And I mean, Vertex making the right moves to try and hold himself in this, but again, I think just the eco lead is just too much for him to make up for at this point. Again, Magma just kind of throwing away a few units here, but GG's called, and 2-1 to Magma. And I think, and I'm fairly sure that means our winner of this little weekend one evening tournament is going to be Magma, but I will just take us to the In fact, I'll see if there's any more games left, actually. There might still be some games running. We did go best of 3 here, though, so it's probable. Yeah, Minnow... Yeah. Now we're just saying Minnow unbeatable in Mediterranean. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really get why they doubled down on the Minnow bonuses for water maps. It was a little bit dumb in my mind. I think all the other series are done, though. You're welcome, Katie. I hope you enjoyed the games. Let me... Yeah, so we have done all the other series were 2-0s. Unrestricted taking out Bongo 2-1. Yep, you're very welcome, everyone. And well played, Magma. I mean, it was pretty ballsy to pick the Minoans there. I feel like if you get like Conti, you just get slammed. But you didn't get Conti, you got Mediterranean. So yeah, I mean, you make your own luck, right? If you didn't pick Minoans and you got Mediterranean, then you'd be kicking yourself. Refresh page. It should update automatically, I think. There, it's already updated. How am I muted? Like, what? I must have pressed my hotkey, sorry. Yeah, so... yeah, just to explain this Bushholes thing, which is what I was explaining. I casted the game muted. Are you serious? I was muted the whole time. Oh, thank God. Jesus. Oh no, it's like literally talking to people in the chat. Like, oh my God, like, oh man, you just scared me for a second. Yeah, just to explain this is basically a score dependent on the strength of your opponents you beat. So what I was explaining when I was muted is the reason Vertex is third is because Vertex beat Jesse and then Jesse lost to Bongo. And then Unrestricted beat Bongo. So if Jesse beat Bongo, Vertex would be second. Is essentially how that works. So blame Jesse is what I'm telling you to do, Vertex. And Nightmare. The Vertex didn't play Nightmare, right? No, Vertex played Carver. But Carver lost to Nightmare, though. Oh, yeah, Carver. You beat Carver and then Carver lost to Nightmare, yeah. So, like, the players you beat were quote-unquote worse players, Vertex, so your Bushhole score is a lot lower. What's not fair, Morrick? You won? The GG's? But yeah, I saw F-Pop. I didn't spec any of his games, unfortunately, today. It did seem like he was, picking some slightly unorthodox civilizations for the mixed maps. Like I saw Macedonians was picked as one of his civs, as well as Sumerians and one of them as well. But as long as F-Pop was having a good time and he was doing his own thing, then that's all cool. Maybe if he is looking for some advice, though, someone could give him some pointers. Just to like, obviously, civs aren't everything, but like when there's water involved, civ picks I think do mean a lot more. But there are some civs that are just absolute brick on maps with water on. So, but yeah. So hopefully all the guys that play today, thanks for showing up for pretty short notice. And retire and join League. Yeah, I mean, there's some pretty solid games from Magma there. And yeah, I mean, like Unrestricted potentially could have beaten Magma, but just that second game, just not paying attention to that forward and got bitten in the ass. Yeah, no, it was. I said it was a bit of a throw. Like I was just saying, I was saying on the cast, it's like maybe Unrestricted should like wall off or try and deal with the forward. And like you put the tower down, and I quite like that tower forward. Are you? I don't know if you have Rees in this tournament, right? It's just it is what it is. I think we had no Rees on this just to try and keep it going smoothly. Also, Magma, next time can you tap out a bit quicker in that first map against Sunrise? Because we were like waiting for this game to start the next round. You cheeky little bugger. De-resting. I mean, fair enough. I mean, like I said, it was kind of like unres when AFK to sort some stuff out for a little bit, so it wasn't entirely your fault. But I was like, at the end of the first game, I was like, please, just GG, dude, please, so we can go next. They need to nerf Magma next patch. Yeah, it doesn't even play. What a gamer! What a gamer Magma is. I mean, he still plays in the team games every so often, doesn't he? Because isn't Magma a Vertex fan normally when he just plays team games? Yeah, some of the civ balance is a little bit wacky. He's your fan. Yeah, it's like I just don't get why they doubled down on some of the bonuses. Like, it's like the Egyptian Pierce Armor bonus. It's like they've already got good priests, so why do they need another priest bonus? Minoans, they're already good on water. Why give them another water bonus? Shang, they've already got a good eco bonus. Why give them another eco bonus? Like, I didn't understand those ones. And then they just made Lakviat strong because they wanted them people to play Lakviat. And then meanwhile, like, the Syrians just getting nerfed for no reason. It's like one of the worst civs in the game gets nerfed even harder. Excellent. But anyway, I guess we will probably wrap up now because I've been streaming for nearly 4.5 hours now. Not that I haven't enjoyed it, but I will want to get off and chill out for the rest of my evening here. But like I said, we do have the final for the 1v1 tournament being played at 15 GMT tomorrow. Do you want me to play the video, Jesse, just to sign out with? And I can just finish the stream off with that. Or do you want to save that video for tomorrow? Just in case people... I don't know if Jesse's still in the chat. Yeah, sure. Okay. Let me find it. Let me just double check that someone's... maybe like KT or someone's streaming. Are you still streaming on Riz? I just thought it'd be like a quite nice way to end the stream on, and I can just leave that running as I like close off the stream. KT, are you going to still be playing some games on Res, or are you going to turn your stream off? Yeah, no, yeah, I was hoping to cast like the whole thing. Like I said, I know I wasn't going to cast all the games. You play AOE2. I mean, I'll send people to you anyway, dude. It's fine. they can watch you play some AOE2 for a bit. I don't think anyone else is streaming RTR at the moment. So Kitchens is streaming, but I imagine he's streaming DE. Yeah, he's streaming DE. So I can send people your way at the end of the stream. Yeah, it's the tourney game, even though it's still... I mean, the balance is going in the right direction, but it still needs a little bit of work. Yeah, no, you're welcome, Magma. I hope, I know you were playing, so you didn't get a chance to watch much of the casts, but if you just click on my channel, and then if you click Crazy Ivan 64 in the description bit, it opens the box up, and you should be able to click videos. And when I close the stream, you should be able to select this as a past broadcast to just watch, and you should be able to watch it there and skip through. I think we watched quite a few of your games. We didn't watch you play F-Pop, but we watched the whole series of yours against Unrestricted, and we watched the series at the end there. Yeah, I can't be asked to link the stream, that's why. Oh yeah, I was finding that video, wasn't I? Okay, so this is the little video that Jesse's put together. It's just some clips of some of the... I think they're from the semi-final games of the 1v1 tournament. I'm not going to be able to find the clip now. Let me try and find it a sec. Is this it here? All right, yeah, here we go. So yeah, I will bid you guys farewell, and I'll just play this video out for you just to get a little bit of hype going for tomorrow's final game. And why can't we not sub to your channel yet? You cannot sub to my channel because I've not enabled the button to let you subscribe to the channel. I did get affiliate ages ago, but I kind of... Too rich. It's not that. It was more that, because it's still only quite a small community thing, if I enable the button, it's yeah, you can sub to me, but then people that don't sub get ads. And just because it's the stream... Big boss, man. It's I basically didn't want to have ads on the channel when it's just a small community channel, because I know it's a little bit frustrating for new players, and they're just I just yeah, it's just can be a little bit frustrating with the adverts. And whenever I've only got 20 viewers or something, and I do appreciate all the people that do come with you and watch, but I don't want to be annoying people with ads. And I appreciate that people want to support the channel and stuff, but if you want to put money into the RTR scene, what I would suggest is, if you want to donate some money, just contact Jesse, and he'll you can donate to the prize pool for any of the future tournaments and stuff. So if you want to show your appreciation for my casting and stuff, that's the way I'd like people to do it, if that's okay. So yeah, if you've got a few spare pennies and you want to support the scene, just contact Jesse, and then he'll put that money towards prize support for these little competitions and stuff like that. And we'll try and do some more weekend events and stuff in the future. So yeah, like I said, I'll get the video up and running, and then I'll probably send the rest of you here to Unres's stream. I think he said he's going to watch, be playing some AOE2, but if you're interested in watching him stream some of that, then you can go do that. If not, enjoy the rest of your evening, and I'll probably see you guys tomorrow. So I'll catch you all later, and I'll play you out with this video, which I will turn the quality up so you can see it in full 1080p. See you guys later. Alright guys, thanks for watching again, and I'll see you at 15 GMT tomorrow for the final of the 1v1 tournament. Catch you later.